little bit for the gathering this salon for crowd. So I would like to give you at least 15 minutes each. Then Q&A section if you would like to. Is that fine? So if you agree, it's up to you. It's whatever you would like to. So just again, without further ado, I would like to give you this chance to. You would like to speak here? Okay. Sırayla Türkçe şimdi arkadaşlarımıza şey vereceğiz, konuşma, sunum. Ardından isteyen en sonunda da soru cevaba dönebiliriz. O yüzden floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's a true pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the organizers of the Istanbul Forum for inviting me, and especially to Dr. Ahmed Koroglu for this kind invitation. It's a true honor to be here today. I have been solicited to present on the topic, what are the immutable principles of Islamic economics? And just a brief disclaimer before I start that I'm not an economist. I'm trained in Islamic and Middle Eastern studies, so the questions and the approaches that I have will obviously differ from those from an economist or a political scientist, for instance. Since I have only 15 or 20 minutes, I will delve right into the topic. Next slide, please. Just a quick rundown of the presentation. I will say a few words on the economic science before continuing with the notion of economic cosmology in Islamic tradition, and what can we learn from it, as well as I want to spend a few minutes discussing the notion of decolonization, which I think is very important for us. So my starting point is that mainstream depictions of economic science and the development of capitalism by and large, historically distorted. They ignore power relation and are based upon a particular philosophical understanding of the division of sciences, which was developed in early modern Europe. Not only then has economics been dominated by white men in the global north, but also the discipline has paid little attention to economic history and the history of economic thought in non-Western contexts and societies. Next slide, please. Economic scholarship has been, in other words, overwhelmingly Eurocentric, yet mainstream economists continue to assert claims about the universality and neutrality of economic science. Given then the bias in economic history and the importance of economics in today's global markets, I'm interested in economic teachings in Islamic tradition. And I would like to share a few perspectives on this subject with you this morning. By reading several classical and modern scholars, the concept of quote-unquote economics seems not only interdependent with ethical reasoning, but it's also enmeshed in what I called economic cosmology, based on the holistic accountability of the self, the ethical self, in that it pertains to one's outlook towards the material and the non-material values. So I ask, what is economic thought in Islamic tradition, and how can modern societies theorize a new economic model through applied ethics based on the idea of justice? In light of these two questions, I propose to study economic teachings through a multifaceted conceptual framework that is centered on the ethical self. So intellectual histories of Western economic thought were closely intertwined with evolutionary biology and physics, for instance. Methods found to be successful in natural sciences were applied in social sciences. Similar was with the notion of economic motion, as found in physics by Newton, for instance, that was introduced later on to economics. In other words, influence of evolutionary biology and economic thought was conceived after the theory of evolution by natural selection. And some of the features that have manifested in economic theory are the idea of rational economic man, Homo economicus, the invisible hand of the market, indicating a non-interventionist, laissez-faire economic philosophy. These features of the Western economic thought are reflected to some degree in canonical economic theory. And according to this logic, mainstream economics advocates for an autonomous, self-interest individual as a natural unit of analysis. And this element is obviously enshrined in canonical economic theory to the present day. Now, on the other hand, what I mean with the term economic cosmology, it has at least two different yet interrelated meanings. Firstly, cosmology indicates Sharia's ethical patterns in and of economic teachings and behavior, in that those patterns form human conduct in economic affairs, and they pertain to broader social, metaphysical, even environmental and ecological aspects. And they obviously include the matters of worship, if you will, ibadah, but also the matters of transactions or muamalat, commercial transactions. Secondly, the term economic cosmology refers to an inclusive form of culture, a framework in which a particular tradition or culture is analyzed through historical as well as contemporary dimensions. Now, in other words, the just principles of economic thought in Islamic tradition are very much related to ethical norm construction. Next slide, please. And they pertain to concepts such as adl, maslaha, hizba, zakat, riba, waqf, and so on and so forth. Some scholars believe that the early Muslim society developed a form of market economy and advocated for accumulation of capital, for instance, while others state that Muslim society never really developed institution of corporation because of the restricting nature of Islamic law or fiqh. There have been also attempts by Western scholars to omit altogether the contributions by Muslim scholars on economic thought, but this was widely disputed by several authors such as Muhammad Ghazanfar, Abdullah Islahi, and other scholars. These views are, in my perspective, partial in how they assess economic life, and they leave out the ethical, metaphysical, cosmological accounts of economic thought that was closely related not only to the Quranic epistemology, but also broadly to legal, philosophical, and Sufi treatises and texts. Unlike their contemporary counterparts, classical scholars did not separate between disciplines, at least not in the way that modern scholars do. Since economic thought was part and parcel of broader ethical and metaphysical questions, then one could state the economic teachings by, for instance, Al-Shaybani, Al-Muhasibi, Al-Isfahani, Al-Ghazali, and many others were all-encompassing and, in this sense, cosmological. This view is not only more justified from a historical perspective, but also does more justice to the central themes of economic thought in Islamic intellectual traditions. They lived in different eras, they came from various backgrounds, which testifies to the complexity and plurality of economic thought in Islamic tradition. Next slide, please. And now I just want to sort of give you a very brief rundown of three scholars, and there are many, many more. There are numerous scholars that really deal with what I would call the ethical economic genre in Islamic tradition. And the three scholars are, for instance, Al-Shaybani, Al-Mawardi, and Al-Ghazali. So very quickly, because of time constraints, Al-Shaybani was believed to be the first scholar who thought of kasb, or acquisition of wealth, earning a livelihood, if you will, and zuhd, renunciation of the world, in his Kitab al-Kasb, so the book of earning a living. And he said that kasb has to be in service of a public good. So kasb is related very much to the notion of maslaha, or common good. In this sense, ibadah relates to mu'amala, sales, accumulation of wealth, the value of money. They're treated within the context of piety, within the context of asceticism and renunciation. Kasb means, for Al-Shaybani, acquiring wealth by legal means and corresponds to one's faith. That is, earning presupposes cooperation between various industries. On the other hand, hoarding, for instance, would be regarded as illicit or unlawful. Next slide, please. Next on the list is Al-Mawardi and his Abad al-Din wa Dunya. where he also analyzes economic provisions and piety, which go hand in hand. This pertains to business, trade, and so forth, and he states that all of this is part of human activities. They extend from agriculture all the way to production. What Al-Mawardi sets forth to do is really to revive the human being, al-aslah al-insan, which is also linked obviously to financial activities. Kasb for Mawardi is theorized as an activity that leads towards securing finances and human needs. Concomitantly, on the other hand, zuhd means introspection or muhasaba and focuses on poverty, faqr, rather than riches. Next slide, please. Finally, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, who is well known as the forerunner of economic thought in Islam, and he says that money is a tool of exploitative practices in the caliphate. So al-Ghazali is again a very, very intricate scholar, someone who really navigates various terrains from Islamic law to theology to falsafa to tasawwuf, as you know. In his time, there was proliferation of many classical works on economic thought, and he's also well known to critique officials in Baghdad in the 11th and early 20th century. Now, wealth has, for al-Ghazali, both religious and material benefits, but also harms. Benefits because obviously you can provide for oneself, for one community, for one's family, but also harms because of something called hubbul mal, the love for wealth, right? There is insatiate appetite for wealth. Wealth, in other words, means to achieve higher ends, only to achieve higher ends, or only to be treated as a medium for exchange, but it's never an end in and of itself, right? Now, what does this leave us with? Next slide, please. The role of knowledge in society is one of power, I would argue. Muslim cultures borrowed from numerous other cultures throughout its history from a relative position of strength. With the onslaught of modernity, however, the Muslim world has assimilated much of the political, economic, and social capital, including the very construction of knowledge production about economics. For Walter Mignolo, there is no modernity without coloniality. And the radical shift first occurred in the economy that allowed Western empires to take over the resources associated with colonialism. The second epistemological transformation includes the production of knowledge and science associated with the scientific revolution. Mignolo warns, however, that hidden in these transformations is a particular disregard or dispensability of human life. And what is needed for Mignolo is the so-called epistemic delinking. A necessary operation, you have it here on the slide as well. Oh, excuse me, next slide. A necessary operation which opens up the space for vastly different, yet no less scientific theories on economics and environment from non-Western, and in our context, obviously, Islamic origins that challenge the prevailing discourses on knowledge production about these fields. The process then of decolonial thinking or decolonial epistemology brings to the surface non-Western principles of knowledge production and really entails a redefinition of the categories of economy, politics, ethics, nature, and so forth. So instead of building or only building on economic science, which is anchored in the Enlightenment reason or Enlightenment project, new categories of acquiring knowledge are needed in order to decolonize these concepts and worldviews. I would then encourage further research on other indigenous philosophical and ethical economic models and their contributions. The question, however, remains, how can teachings from Islamic intellectual history contribute to the modern debates on economics in light of the established academic divisions and programs? Because as we well know, the modern world harbors a prejudice with respect to what counts as scientific and therefore also valid reasoning in economic science that is based on observables. I have been fairly critical of the Islamization of knowledge of modern Islamic economics and finance, and I think it's largely rooted in pre-established understanding of economic science and ontology. But I think that revitalizing other pre-modern Muslim thinkers means critically engaging with, not only with the discipline of economics, but with the Islamic tradition itself. Finally, on the other hand, modern Islamic economics and finance has largely been disassociated from the classical conceptualizations of the ethical self. And I think it all boils down to one fundamental question. Is its purpose to improve the living conditions and establish social equity goals or not? If this is indeed the case, then I think it should reject the idea that welfare or happiness have a direct or positive relation to material accumulation, because material aspects of economics cannot be divorced from moral and ethical standards. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your questions and discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's just on time. I was thinking that just giving you some signal, but you are very good, mashallah. Thank you very much for this great presentation and opening discussion. Now, again, we are going to go with the order. Unfortunately, I just tried to talk to our technical team here to move up a little bit, upscale this presentation. So you missed some details down there, but it's not technically possible now. Sorry about that. We are going to make sure that at least you will be access to all information through the screen. But next time, I will urge you to move up this, because the bottom line cannot be seen. Çok teşekkür ederiz. Birinci konuşmalar bitti. Burada.
Now, the first presentation is over. We will proceed with the second presentation, and we will discuss Islamic economics and counter-capitalism. Professor Dr. Mazhar Kaf is together with us.
He is waiting for this great comparative discussion comes from the historical background and everything. Inshallah, it will be very fruitful. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
I have one.
Oh, you have one? Great.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Of course, I will have to thank the organizer of this forum and thank the audience also, more important, for being here with us. Of course, my background and study is economics and Sharia both together. But so I am asked to discuss the issue of what does Islamic economics have to counter capitalism. So to think about this issue, I thought that probably we should start asking ourselves the question of where is the problem with capitalism? In a recent report by Oxfam, okay, please get me the next one slide. Yes. Okay, the next one. Oh gosh, come on, we should have a remote and do it ourselves. Why? Okay, so in a recent report by Oxfam, it says that, as you notice, poverty has increased, anti the objectives of the United Nations and the strategies and the plans, and the gap between the top 10% and the lowest the top 1% and the lowest 10% have also increased. Does that mean that capitalism failed? That's a question that we really need to discuss. Next, please. So I asked myself the question, what is wrong with capitalism? Where is the problem? And yeah. And you follow up with me quickly, please, okay? So what is wrong really with capitalism? And I thought of these points. They may not be inclusive really, but I think these are the major points. Extended authority and scope of private ownership. Undefined economic role of the government. hegemony of capital and finance, both activity and center, lack of definite concept of mercy and care, al-ihsan, attitude of grab what you can, regardless of real value creation. And sorry to say that I don't speak in any epistemology way or in any matter that is ethics. I need by value creation, creating a new thing that is valuable to people, that creates utility in people. So I mean it in the pure economic sense. Lack of family and community function in the economy. Next, please. So what does the Islamic economic system offer as alternative? We have well-defined and protected 4 categories of ownership: private, public, community, which is kind of semi-public, and waqf. We have active and well-defined economic role of government. Capital can only earn if it contributes to value creation, again, value in the economic sense, in the real market. Again, finance activities are limited to supporting real market, no separate financial properties and activities. In other words, in the Islamic economic system, we don't recognize financial activities when they separate from the real market. For instance, a big issue that is in which trillions, or rather hundreds of trillions of US dollars are being invested from the point of view of Islamic point of view, are just zero, are just nothing. Imagine it. All, for instance, what is called option, the estimation is about 1,200 trillion are invested, US dollars, are invested in options, and the Sharia concept of it, the Sharia opinion of it, these are completely nothing. Options are nothing. The ruling of the OIC Fiqh Academy reads, and I was part of making this ruling, in fact, it reads, options are not permissible to buy, to own, to sell, or to trade. So really they are simply nothing. So imagine that, because they are separated from the real value. They think they create value financial alone, but that is not acceptable for us in Islamic economics. We have also clear and definite concept of mercy, al-ihsan. Mercy and care is well defined in Sharia, and we'll come to that. We have also attitude of cooperation and care, that is family and community role in economics. Next, please. The Islamic economic and financial system is, I'll make it as a statement, but then we will discuss that, inshallah. Socially friendly, environmentally friendly, philanthropic, market correcting, developmental, economic gap reducing. We will see how these statements are justified. And I look at them, please, next. I look at them from 6 points of view. These are the for-profit Islamic finance, the Islamic third sector, Zakah, Awqaf, and charity, the market failure and market correction in the Islamic economic system, the pre-market wealth diffusion, realistic development process, and the Islamic fiscal system. We'll look at this one very quickly, really, because, and with the permission of the of the moderator that he may give me a couple of minutes more. Unlike what many of us may think, for-profit Islamic finance is the most important, impactful component of Islamic social finance. It's really more important probably than zakah and awqaf and whatnot. For-profit Islamic finance is founded on owning a property which generates real value and is morally committed. It is morally committed and it must generate added value. If it doesn't do that, then it's nothing, like the options, for instance. Capital may earn, but earns only by contributing to value creating. Next, please. In for-profit Islamic finance, financial intermediation is a double kind of intermediation. Financial intermediation does what merchants do, what traders do, buy commodities and sell it on credit. So this is the financial intermediation. It is a commercial intermediation between supplier and users. Though at low level, because we don't take the decision, we allow the customer to take the decision. Financial intermediation, again, is between savers and investors. So we have double role, not like conventional interest-based financial intermediation, which is purely financial only. Next, please. The implications of for-profit Islamic finance are, what's that? Okay. Implication of this, there are some slides in between. Give me the next slide. What is before this? Okay. Okay. It seems that I'm getting some missing, some jumping. But anyway, we'll come to this later anyway. Let's talk to the second point. We will come back to that. The second point, the Islamic third sector. Islamic third sector consists of zakah, awqaf, and charity. So we are not going to talk about it in detail anyway. Zakah is highly well known by many people, but it is really a permanent feature. And it is unlike what you find, for instance, sorry to say that, on the website of the Diyanat here, or by the many fatwa that you find on the internet. The rich is exempt from zakah. According to these fatwa, the rich, in fact, is the one who is more required to pay zakah, whether the richness is in the form of real estate or machineries or industry or all that. So the rich is the one who is required to pay more of the zakah, definitely, than the middle class who don't know how to invest and keep their money cash. Even many of the middle class now don't keep their money cash, either use it for consumption or they have some opportunities for investment. So the zakah proceeds, according to some rational estimation, goes between 3.5% and 7.5% of GDP, which is a high percentage really, and that, remembering that in many countries, tax rate to GDP goes in the neighborhood of 20%. It's not as much as the tax rates in many countries today, but it is very important in its size as a transfer, really, a technology of transfer income from the rich to the poor. So transferring 3.5% to 7.5%, varying from one country to another, is very important in redistribution of income. Awqaf is also a creation of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. At no previous precedent that he knew, He never heard about something that we discovered, that some people made awqaf for the Library of Alexandria 4 centuries before Islam. Yes, this may have happened, yes, but they were done anyway through the priests and the other people of religion. Awqaf, as decreed by the Prophet Muhammad, is a civil action, is an economic civil action, has nothing to do really with religion, religiosity, or religious leadership, or diyanat officers, or with the turban that we put on our heads, or what not. So the sadaqat is very important. It is mentioned in the Quran, in fact, more than zakah, a lot more than zakah. And it is very important. It is the driver in the Muslim economy of microfinance, of lending institutions, and of general NGOs. With collective prayers and mosque, sadaqat create community economic nutshell. The third point is the correction of market failure. Market failure is known in economics that the distribution of income in the market alone does not create socially acceptable distribution of income. So we need to adjust the market in more than one way, and the adjustment of market that are given in the Islamic economic system are very important. So the tools that we have for adjusting, we have the moral and spiritual behavioral teaching. Allah ordains al-adl and al-ihsan. Notice in this verse, there is adl, and adl can take the different forms, whether economic adl. Of course, a part of economic adl is not to pay more than the worth of that commodity when I buy it, or not to pay more than the worth of that service that I got from another person when I buy that service. That is economic adl. But social adl is that people need to be satisfied that we don't leave any empty stomach. We don't leave a sick person who needs support, who needs medicine. We don't leave one who is naked while others are clothed. That is a social adl that is required. And then the other pillar that comes as in the verse in the Quran, al-ihsan. So al-ihsan is well defined in our Sharia. Allah imposed ihsan on everything. And also, when one does a thing, you should do it the best. When you do a thing, you do it the best way it can be done. And that is al-itqan. Redistribution of income through zakah. We have the item of diffusion of wealth through inheritance. Moral and semi-legal supervision of the market, al-hisba. Responsibility in the market, al-hisba system, as the Prophet ﷺ applied it, and a presence of awqaf and NGOs in the market, correct the market because they are in the market as producers and as providers also. The presence of the public sector in the market is also a correcting tool in the market. The fourth point is the pre-market wealth diffusion. This comes through the inheritance system. The Islamic inheritance system is based on the on the concept of ownership. And definitely the Islamic concept of ownership here, again, is a bit different from the full authority and extended authority of ownership in the capitalist system. The ownership is God-given to human. So it is from God, not from the state and not from the society. Two, private ownership ends at the end of life. You are given a property while you are alive. You have no authority on it after you die. In the capitalist system, you do anything with it after you die even. It's no more yours in Sharia. In our system, it's no more yours. Allah is the true owner, and Allah distributes it upon death the way he chooses. And this distribution that he made upon death is really based on his mercy, that he gave priority to our kins, not to outsiders. The estate is diffused among kin of the deceased, God-given, done by the true owner in the Quran. By the way, in Islamic inheritance system is practically almost all of it in the Quran. There are only 2 rare cases that come outside the Quran. And the Islamic inheritance system is strongly connected with the desired social and family structure. The 5th point that I wanted to discuss is the realistic development process. Development is done always in everywhere by spirited individuals. Development is not done really by groups. It's by the individual who has the zeal to become richer, who has the zeal to produce more, who has the zeal to also help others more. Private property and personal zeal are the drivers of development. Reconstruction of human personality to become, as came in Surah number 16, to become capable, communicatable, self-dependent, and industrialist. These 4 characteristics are the characteristics of the developmental person, compared with what Malik ibn Nabi called the after the fall, the drop of water after the fall that has no energy. The enabling, enhancing, supporting, and facilitating role of the government is important, and the example of the Prophet is very clear when a man came to him asking him for charity, and he guided him and helped him and supported him and even supervised him later to become productive and be a productive element in the economy rather than a user only. The next point is the Islamic fiscal system. The Islamic fiscal system really, its fundamental are 1, respect of private property. Taxes are only the last resort, not really quick. We don't jump to taxes quickly. When taxes are needed, they are based on community solidarity, of course, and they are also based on circulation of wealth in the economy, not keeping wealth in few hands. Priority for the needs for taxation is for provision for the poor. Okay. Principle of Fard al-Kifaya. Fard al-Kifaya, my own translation is personalized collective responsibility. It is personalized, required by every person, but it is for a collective objective. So Fard al-Kifaya, and Fard al-Kifaya means that we take from those who are more able according to the taxable capability. Taxable capability means richness in both meaning of wealth and income, not in one of them alone. And we have the pattern of Zakah, which is in fact on wealth and income together. the implication of all the above, that we are talking about a system that is socially friendly, environmentally friendly, philanthropic, market correcting, developmental, and economic gap reducing. All these are what is the Islamic economic system. Thank you very much. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin.
Cezakallahu hayır. Thank you very much. No, şimdi diğer
Now we are going to proceed with our last speaker. Before that, for a rapid preparation, we will host you here for a while.
For this session, the last speaker of this session. Yeah, please. He's going to talk about financial sector, especially in terms of Islamic justice and Islamic law perspective. So, floor is yours. Thank you very much.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وأفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Well, first I thought I would have to speak in English, but the moderator told me that I could speak in Arabic as well. So since I'll be mainly discussing Sharia issues, I think it's better to speak in Arabic because Sharia is better explained in Arabic. So أود أن أشكر الأخوة المنظمين لهذا المنتدى، وموضوع الحديث هو عن استقرار الأسواق المالية في ظل أحكام الشريعة الإسلامية. كيف أن الشريعة الإسلامية. If there's no translation, okay, then I'll have to speak in English again. Okay. So I will be discussing, of course, the issue of stability of Islamic financial markets. You know that from Sharia point of view, permissibility is the original norm, which means that anything is deemed to be permissible unless the otherwise is established. What the Sharia did is the Sharia came with certain rules that, let's say, certain items, certain components, or certain issues, if they exist in a contract, the contract becomes impermissible. Like, let's say, the Sharia has outlined for us that, let's say, riba, which is interest, is haram, and also gambling, which is gharar, is also haram. So if we structure any investment instruments that's void of the prohibitory elements, the transaction or the product is deemed to be permissible. Now, we know that, let's say, the Sharia has a strict stand towards riba, because the concept of riba in Islam is never limited only to lending on interest. The concept of riba encompasses other transactions like selling money for money, not on the spot or with difference in value. For example, I'm selling you 100 Turkish lira for 150. This is a kind of riba, selling, not lending. Or when I'm, let's say, exchanging Turkish lira for dollars, but not on the spot. So one of us will be paying, let's say, the one counter, and the other party will be paying the other counter value later on. Now, when it comes to financial markets, we know that we have different types of financial markets. We have the capital market, which is considered to be like long-term financing. That would include bonds, that would include stocks, shares, and sukuk. Sukuk are because they're meant to be alternative or substitutes to bonds. And we have also the money market, which is short-term debt instruments. They are interest-bearing instruments. We have also the commodity market, where commodities are sold, purchased, or traded. We have the foreign exchange markets. So the Sharia has already identified certain practices as unacceptable. For example, we cannot sell money for money, like what happens, let's say, in foreign exchange markets. The Sharia says when we sell money for money, the transaction has to be on the spot. So this will curb speculation. because speculation in currencies is quite dangerous. It harms the economies. And the Sharia very firmly prohibited the exchange of money for money if done on the future. So by this prohibition, the Sharia has curbed the means, so to speak, to speculation. You know that speculating on currencies is quite harmful to any economy. And we remember what happened back in 1997, that so-called Tiger Asian countries, where speculation has caused the collapsing the collapse of certain economies at the time in Southeast Asia. So this is one rule. When we sell money for money, it has to be on the spot. And this would mean that we cannot trade in money in the way money is traded in foreign exchange markets. This is one thing. Now, when it comes to capital market, for example, in capital market, we have bonds. Bonds from Sharia point of view are totally haram. Why? Because they provide their holders with guaranteed return as well as guaranteed principal. So this is unacceptable, which means that we have to exclude bonds as well from the capital market. When it comes to stocks, to shares, the Sharia has some restrictions, has some rules as how to invest in stocks and what can be invested in and what cannot be invested in. So there are some restrictions when it comes to stocks of companies. And also, let's say, you know that now even stocks were, in this regard, we've got all of the distinguish between the so-called capital first market, the primary market, and the secondary market. The primary market of stocks, of course, is good, is beneficial to the economy because it helps companies expand. But when it comes to the secondary market, we know for sure that the secondary market has many harms, has many economic harms, and this has been proven recently. So, and what contributes to this harm is this what we call high volatility of the stock market. Now, the Sharia also curbs the speculation that causes this high volatility. By what? By, for example, prohibiting short selling. We know that short selling is unacceptable from Sharia point of view. Why? Because the one who borrows shares will have to pay interest in order to get the shares and then sell them later on. And also, Sharia prohibits margin trading if it's done through conventional, what we call borrowing. So by prohibiting short selling, by also prohibiting margin trading through conventional loans, the Sharia has reduced what we call the volatility of the stock market. So it ensures that and preserves the market and making sure that it's somehow stable or relatively stable and not volatile. Now, when it comes to commodity market, as I told you, the concept of riba in Islam is never limited only to borrowing or lending on interest. The Sharia says when we sell commodities, there are some Sharia rules. For example, the Sharia says we cannot sell stable food, like let's say wheat, like barley, on credit, unless with certain conditions. And also the Sharia says don't engage in a sale contract where the two counter values are deferred to the future, which is in Arabic, there's hadith naha Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam an bay'i al-kali'i bil-kali'. So it's a sale contract whereby you defer the delivery of the two counter values. We know that from Sharia point of view, we can defer the price, but then we'll have to deliver the commodity of sale, like in the deferred payment sale, or we can pay the price now and take delivery of the commodity in the future, which is the case with salam contract, but the Sharia wouldn't allow us to defer both counter values. Why? Because this encourages speculation. So what's happening now in the commodity market? You see that commodities are sold on a future basis, as hinted to by Dr. Mandir. So people now, they speculate on certain commodities through the option contracts, through different types of derivatives like futures, like swaps. So they do this speculation, which is very akin to gambling. So when the people start excessively speculating on certain commodities, this would cause some financial or some economic harms. Why? Because this excessive speculation may either lead to increasing the price artificially, which would harm then the end users, the consumers of that commodity. Like let's say when this happens, let's say on staple food like wheat, like rice, or like oil nowadays. So this will harm the end users. And conversely, when speculation will cause the price to drop, this could harm the producers. So either way, over speculation, excessive speculation in the market is prohibited. So how would the Sharia treat this problem? The Sharia says when you engage in a sale contract, one of the two counter values has to be paid or delivered. You cannot just defer both. There could be some exceptions when it comes, for doing the same for hedging purposes. But hedging, yes, there could be some exceptions. So maybe we can engage in a sale contract without delivering any of the two counter values if this is meant for hedging. But for speculation, the Sharia would never permit it. Because the speculation will mean that the transaction is meant like for gambling. And if it's gambling, then it's haram. Gambling is haram because it's a zero-sum game. Because it leads to unjustified enrichment of one party at the expense of the other. And this is exactly what happens in the so-called the financial markets nowadays. The concept of gambling is limited to casinos. The concept of gambling has developed recently to include also the financial markets. Most of the transactions that are executed and concluded on the financial markets are meant for speculation. And this explains the high volatility of prices of many commodities that we have and also of the currencies. And this is quite harmful to any economy. And this, when in the context of currency, this will harm the economic functions of money. We know that money has been, money is meant to achieve certain purposes. Like let's say being a means of exchange, a unit of account, a standard, like let's say to evaluate what we call the other valuable things. But when people start speculating on currencies in a way that will cause high volatility, then these three economic functions of money will be significantly harmed and affected. So the Sharia, in short, the Sharia preserves the stability of the financial market after excluding certain practices. Certain practices have already been excluded. No way can we engage in them, like bonds, like lending or borrowing on interest. So after excluding these highly risky transactions or riba-bearing transactions, the Sharia would also place some restrictions on how to invest in the financial markets. Just to make it simpler and clear, you see in Islam, any investment in Islam is permissible unless there is guarantee to return, which is the case of riba. In riba, the normal riba. In normal riba, there is guarantee to return. Because you lend others money, you take securities, you protect yourself. So your principal is guaranteed, your return is guaranteed. This is unacceptable to the Sharia because this is not a real economic activity. Now, what's the opposite to riba is the so-called gharar, which is gambling, because gharar is also of different levels. The top of which, or the highest of which, is the so-called gambling. Because gharar in itself, if gharar means uncertainty, then of course any sale contract, any transaction, any investment also involves some risk and uncertainty. No, I'm not talking about this kind of gharar. I'm talking about the highest or the top level of uncertainty, which is gambling. So gambling, you're trading risk. In gambling, you are trading risk. And it's a zero-sum game. Zero-sum game means what you win equals what other loses, what the other loses. So you're getting money from others without any valid reason, just like by lotting, by luck. So the Sharia has prohibited these two extremes. The risk-free transactions, which is the case of riba, and the risk-loaded transaction, which is gambling. And the halal lies in between. Nowadays, the financial markets nowadays are risk-loaded. They are risk-loaded, And that's why, even though they should be in principle halal, but in view of their practical applications, because the risk is no longer the normal risk, the risk has increased to unacceptable level, bringing it closer to gambling. So we'll have to say that these transactions are unacceptable from Sharia point of view. And this would apply necessarily to, let's say, trading now in cryptocurrencies. Of course, the issue of whether cryptocurrency is a valid currency or not, this is a different story. The Sharia has its own conditions for in any currency to be recognized as a valid currency. Whether these conditions apply to cryptocurrency or to Bitcoin, for example, this is a different issue. But when it comes to trading in this cryptocurrency, it's very obvious that it's highly risky. And since it's highly risky, we're not supposed to invest in it because it's very close to gambling. Very close to gambling. We cannot say that, wallahi, this is my money, I can do whatever I like with my money. No, even though it's your money, but you don't have the right to, let's say, expose your money to unnecessary risk. Just like the Sharia prohibited gambling, the Sharia also prohibited exposing your money to unnecessary risk. Oh, 2 minutes. So these two extremes are totally unacceptable and prohibited from Sharia. The risk-free transaction, which is the case of riba, and also the highly risky transactions, because this is the case with gambling. Now, unfortunately, in Islamic financial markets nowadays, there have been some attempts to Islamize these controversial practices, like, let's say, margin trading, like, let's say, short selling, even futures on currencies, futures on commodities. So these attempts, unfortunately, to Islamize them doesn't fit within the spirit and essence of the Sharia Islamiyah. Sharia is never driven by technicalities. So you just change the way you reach your end and becomes halal. No, the essence of the transaction, if it's highly risky, if it's risk-loaded, then it's haram. Just like if the transaction is risk-free, principal is guaranteed, return is guaranteed, then it's haram, even if it doesn't look as such. Sometimes the transaction is, like, let's say, manipulated in a way or structured in a way that make it different from riba, from interest-bearing loan. But you look deep into the essence of the transaction, you find it no different from a riba, because it provides the financier with guaranteed return and also guaranteed principal, which is unacceptable and which is the essence of the riba. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair again. Thank you so much. It was very delightful and also very insightful, presentation so far. We have started a little late, so I would like to use my discretion to give you additional minutes for the QA section as well. But beforehand, if you allow me, I would like to summarize some critical points you presented for Turkish audience in Turkish, if you don't mind. Arkadaşlar, kıymetli misafirler, katılımcılar, bu özellikle bu bölüm ikinci günün en
I think this part was very sensitive because we talked about the essence of just and fair economy and finance and in the roots of Islam and our daily lives, whether they intertwine with each other or they cover each other. So we have mentioned 3 different perspectives with our speakers, and I will share some critical points with you, and after that we will have Q&A part. I would like to explain some certain places. Sami al-Daistani, Dr. Daistani, the most important with the religious approaches in the financial issues and economic procedures, we cannot have our relation with the We are disconnected from our past. Epistemologically, our roots are very strong, especially during Sahaba period. We were doing them very well, but for epistemologically, we are disconnected from our past, and somehow we approve and we embrace the existence, but we see this connection. Again, in order to ensure this, for conventional economic models and concepts and instruments, in an epistemological manner, it is not possible for us to reach any place. It is not possible for us to achieve. So we can start with the richness of our past. Mr. Manzur Haf also talked about capitalism, and rather than talking about successful or unsuccessful system, we need to look at the Islamic economy and fair Islamic economy, and we will not look at the success or failure of the other part. We will deal with ourselves, because we see the injustice, because the richness is shared by a certain percentage of the people in the world. So in 5 different pillars, he talked about the essence of Islamic economic philosophy. I will just share the pillars. In the social order, it should be humanistic. It should be human-centered for Islamic economy. And again, the environment, the creators should be taken into consideration. And again, it should be sharing, like the culture of waqf. It's not about consuming the producing. It's about sharing what you produce. So the market should have the right position. And for the supply and demand, it is important that we have the monopoly. If the demand is dispersed, then it can be change. So that is why the market should have the demand, and the inflation should be prevented. In order to develop economically, there should be different verification and differentiation of income. Again, lastly, Mr. Abdulazem Abu Zaid said that it is not approved to sell money, to gain money. These financial systems, in this system, according to Sharia, if we talk about such a circle, so what should we pay attention from the Islamic point of view? First of all, in the stock exchanges, the first and the primary and the secondary stock exchange markets, in the distinction of the primary market and secondary market, the risk of profitability, if we see that it is not guaranteed, the primary market stocks should be prioritized, and it is not forbidden to be active in the primary stock exchanges, but in secondary exchanges, we see the fluctuations and we see the volatilities, and this is like gambling, similar to gambling, because you don't know. You think that you buy from the minimum value and then you will sell it to the maximum value. So this is volatility, and you see the high volatility in such transaction, and the risk is increasing in the Islamic system. So that is why it is very similar to gambling. So so if you don't have the guarantee, then this means that interest. So it is guarantee. So there is a problematic structure. So if you don't have the guarantee, not any guarantee at all, so it is like the gambling. So it is only about luck. So a certain kind of risk, visible risk, and through that financial system, we should be in between. So this is the sum up of the presentation. Of course, there are details, and in Q&A part, you can ask them.
Q&A section if there is any questions to raise for you. But I would like to give Dr. Manzoor for a couple minutes. He said that for technically we missed a couple slides, so he would like to cover that. Sir.
Thank you very much. I think this is important. Sorry for missing these slides because it was only, they were marked as hidden. So I'll... So we need slides 12. Yeah. So just one moment. When we talk about Islamic for-profit Islamic finance, what is the implication when we apply the rules of Islamic finance that you cannot earn without contributing to the creation of additional value? That means really very important implications. One, sticking always to the real market. That means there will be no finance if there is no movement of real goods and services in the real market. It also means that the economic signal comes from the real market to the finance market. This is the opposite that what happens in capitalism. The economic signal goes from the finance to the real market. Here, the economic signal comes from the real activity, the real market, to the finance market. The size of finance will be limited by the size of real transactions. Now, we should notice today, the size of finance transactions is not only 10 times, but a multiplicity of times the real market transaction. And the theory of Maurice Allais, for which he got Nobel Prize, the upside down theory in economics, upside down pyramid theory, that the capitalist system, it lies on a narrow and small layer of real market with different layers of financial transactions. Each one is bigger than the other. That's what makes the system unstable. Again, we integrate finance activities with wealth creation activities. We don't separate them. And the next slide, please. It is necessarily developmental, because when we say that we finance through sale, through lease, and through sharing, that is all developmental. Even when we finance consumers, because consumption is required definitely for development. So, because it gives the signal to produce more. So it is Islamic finance is necessarily developmental, while at least 10 out of each 11 transactions in the financial sector in United States, for instance, are not related to financing the real market. They are outside, they are pure financial transactions. So it finances only exchange and production. It withholds resources from harmful items. This is because of the moral system of Islamic finance. It withholds resources from activities which do not generate additional value. Again, like activities, say, of even Bitcoin or of trading currency on the internet. It's not acceptable, as Dr. Abdulazim mentioned. It rediverts resources. All these resources, human and financial resources, that are used in almost all derivatives. What will be doing if there are no derivatives of these kinds that exist? And whatever derivatives that can be done within the Islamic system is very shallow and very small, and really exceptional cases. So what are these, all these resources will do definitely will go to the real production. And this is why poverty increased instead of being reduced, because financial and human resources are driven toward finance without production. Next slide, please. It eliminates non-productive activities. Dr. Abdulazim mentioned many of these activities. I'm not going to repeat it, but when we exclude all items that hurt a human being, it means we are saving also on all the corrective necessary expenses for repair, for medical, for etc., that are caused by these harmful items. It establishes fairness. Is it not fair that if you own a thing, you earn the product of that thing? And if you don't own a thing that is productive, definitely, how would you claim earning? In the financial system of capitalism, you can earn without producing. Next slide, please. It doesn't pull resources from the real market, rather it sends resources back. Islamic banks can, or Islamic financial intermediaries can lean on partners instead of go bankrupt like what happened to Universal Bank. They can give their depositors lower profit because profit is not, or the return on deposit is not predetermined as interest in advance. It is given as the reality at the end of a period as it happens. It implants a standard of hard working. Now imagine the current financial system that you sit behind a computer and click numbers and lose and gain and lose and gain. This is, yes, on one side, it's a form of gambling, but on the other side, which to me is probably more important and more attractive, that it teaches us that we can earn without hard working. Earning really requires production. So if you want to earn, you have to produce. You have to put your property to production. So changing the behavioral, the behavior of individual. It introduces market discipline. The financial intermediary institution that succeed deserves more deposit, deserves more support. And one that fails, let them fail. It goes bankrupt. It is finally environmental and societal friendly. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. It was great to have this edition because it's fully get the whole picture. Now we can move on to Q&A section, but again, we used all the margin of additional timing. We do not put the danger for the following session. I would like to keep 5 questions max. So is there any questions for our great presenters from audience? Herhangi bir sorusu olan varsa 5 dakikada en fazla.
So we can get 5 questions for our panelists so that we do not cause any further delay in the next session. We have someone in the back. I guess the question will be in Turkish, because if you will be speaking in Turkish, we will need headsets over here.
Selamünaleyküm. Thanks for who makes this organization and all the speakers. Thank you very much for your information and for very important your opinions. My question is to all the speakers who can give answer, doesn't matter. Now this in the world, this Zionist system, Zionist organization makes control to all the business sectors. They have a lot of materials like US dollar or like any documentation, and they make rule and they play it. as I mentioned, as my opinion, we have to leave this their slave system. Like we are using dollar, we are using SWIFT, EFT, some code. We have to live and we have to be our own business system. We have to make it. What must do it for get the result? So get action, please. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederiz. Eyvallah. Who would like to willing to answer the question? It's about current systems, criticism. So we can start. Question itself is that onlar tekrar bir şey istediler. They are asking your opinion about the current economic systems, kind of parity or kind of harming side of this Israel-based or whatever. Please.
Why we cannot produce in today's economy?
Alternative Islamic economic methods.
Well, I mean, take for instance two economies, the Turkish economy and the Syrian economy now after the deposition of that dictator. The Turkish economy, of course, there is a graduation everywhere you work, and the Prophet ﷺ did a lot of graduation. So we need improvement step by step. There were some steps that were very good steps done toward improvement. But for instance, challenges of the Turkish economy essentially are corruption, which has increased over the last 5 years. It should be really more action should be done for reducing corruption. And two, you need to increase the domestic ingredients in our industry and in our agriculture. There is a high level of ingredient which affects our both inflation and the price of the currency in the Turkish economy. We need to reduce the foreign ingredients in the domestic industry and agriculture. And there are other elements can be talked about. Definitely controlling inflation is not an easy thing, but in my opinion it was, and I say it very loudly, please, it was a very wrong decision that they have increased the interest rate, because that killed the local industry and killed the local transactions. Nobody can get financing at 55%. So that was very effective in killing industries at the same time. Instead, we should have used a dual rate. A rate for industry and agriculture and a rate for speculation. That will be okay had we used dual rate instead of one rate for everybody, and we killed industry while we were trying to reduce inflation. Yes, inflation reduced a lot, a little, not a lot, but the effect on domestic industry and production was very detrimental. That was a big mistake. We should have used dual. John Kennedy did that in America in the 60s. Dual rate of interest. I would say definitely if we were all fully Islamic, I would say rate of profit in Murabaha. But take the Syrian economy, for instance. Syrian economy now, definitely we need to start from zero, because everything is destroyed. Everything, infrastructure are destroyed, everything. What is important in the Syrian economy is to depend on investment from our own, not investment from the rich oil countries or from America or the IMF and the World Bank. We need to depend, and that is not difficult at all. If we depend on our people, Syrians especially, but generally Arab and Muslims generally who are in Western countries. I am definite that there is at least 10,000 physicians who are willing, each one of them, to put 1 year free for Syria now. As a liberated Syria, yes, we need to depend on our own and rebuild, starting with infrastructure and of course with the immediate need of people. And go on building it. It will take time, but it will be built on appropriate way, not on exploitative way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bu 1 milyon dolarlık soru olduğu için öyle kolay.
So this is the $1 million question, so it's not an easy answer. Changing the Swiss system is not just about the capital.
Root of economic systems, Islamic economic systems, and you talk about the stocks, tax, and everything. Maybe you may have a couple words for this.
Thank you. Yes, thank you also for your question again, and to my panelists for their presentation. So what I do acknowledge the importance of, and I'm not a specialist on Islamic finance, on economics and finance in today's world. I'm also wary to what exactly is its benefits or contributions to overall economy. And I look through the intellectual history and ethical frameworks, right? So while I do affirm that we're coupling, at least to some extent, we're coupling modern economic science with particular Islamic tenets, philosophical, ethical, theological, legal, jurisprudential, and so forth. I'm also thinking that on the flip side of things, to one extent, have we really challenged the prevalent capitalist system, right? So graduation is extremely important, I think, but we're not there yet. Are we really talking about a functional Islamic economic system that exists anywhere in the world, so to speak, right? I would be wary of that. So graduation is extremely important, but on the other hand, instead of challenging the global market economy, I see that, on the flip side, maybe Islamic economics has been integrated into the financial conglomerates, right? So I think more has to be done. Maybe we're still, on one hand, at the very beginning of this process, and we should not shy away from the pre-modern, classical conceptualizations or understanding, theoretical frameworks, right? I think that there is still much to be learned from the Sufis, the theologians, the philosophers, the ethicists, and so on and so forth. So I think that in this case, intellectual history can be extremely beneficial for us to theorize a new model that is based on ethical principles, right? So I would say we're maybe halfway through. In some cases, we've been extremely critical, but in the other cases, we have not challenged the global prevalent economic system per se, right? So I see a much work that it's yet to be done. And this has to be cross-departmental, interdisciplinary. It has to be from various branches, various industries moving forward, right?
I would say that we shouldn't just blindly follow the trends of the modern financial markets. We need to subject new instruments introduced by the financial markets to close scrutiny, Sharia scrutiny, because we believe as Muslims that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would prohibit only things that are harmful to us and will permit to us only things that are good. And this is derived from a very explicit verse from the Quran. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, Bismillah ar-Rahim, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْخَمْرِ وَالْمَيْسِرِ قُلْ فِيهِمَا إِثْمٌ كَبِيرٌ وَمَنَافِعُ لِلنَّاسِ وَإِثْمُهُمَا أَكْبَرُ مِنْ نَفْعِهِمَا. So the ayah means, they ask you, the Sahaba, the companions of the Prophet, would ask you, Prophet, about wine, about maisir, which is kind of gambling. Tell them that there could be some benefits. But there are some harms, and the harms outweigh the benefits. So this in itself is can be adopted by us, by scholars, as a criterion to decide whether a particular transaction is acceptable or unacceptable. No doubt that the riba itself, the interest, the faiz itself, has some benefits, especially on the individual level. No one can deny it. But there are harms on the macro level. And these are significant harms. So that's why the Sharia by means of this ayah, very simple ayah, it tells us that we have, before deciding whether something can be practiced or cannot be practiced, we have to look into the benefits and the harms. If you find that this transaction or this thing has more harms than benefits, then we have to avoid it altogether. So, and this applies to the instruments that, that financial markets keep introducing to us. And they're mostly meant for, to encourage people, let's say, to speculate and take what we call unnecessary risk. And this will cause to enrichment of some people at the expense of the others. And we Muslims, especially in our part of the world, we are the end users, right? So the West is trying to taking advantage of us through introducing these instruments. And we don't even when it comes to the way we practice them, we don't have the technical knowledge which is normally required even to enter into these fields of investment. For example, in the Gulf, where I currently based, in Qatar or in Saudi Arabia or in Emirates, you see the stock market there follows the trends of foreign companies that come to invest in the Gulf. Because those people, especially on corporate level, they come to the Gulf and they invest in the local stock market, and those people are equipped with the necessary knowledge. They're equipped with the so-called technical knowledge and analytical knowledge that would help him decide what stock to buy and when to buy it and when to sell it. And the local people will just follow them because they don't have this kind of knowledge. So this would mean that they will seize the fortune, because the one who, of course, sells first is the one who makes the lion's share, right? So they take the money and they just move it to their countries. And so we have to be, we cannot just blindly follow any trend that comes from the modern financial markets. We have to scrutinize them and to make sure that they have really benefits, and their benefits outweighs the harms, if any. Thank you.
Cezakallah. Çok kapsayıcı makro mikro perspektifte
Well, it is a very comprehensive question in micro and micro scale.
QA section, because we are almost close to the next one. So thank you very much. Alkışlayalım isterseniz. Güzel bir prezentasyon oldu. Ellerinize sağlık. But there's a memory of the day. They are going to present us a memory of the day for you guys. If you still stand here for a couple minutes.
Kıymetli misafirlerimize çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much. We are going to present the gifts, and I would like to invite the Deputy Chairman, Mr. Salih Keskin, who is responsible from research and development, to present the gifts, and we would like to thank you for your patience.
So I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Azim Abu Zaid to moderate.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وأفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وبعد. So I invite you to this session, and in this session we have three speakers. I will ask them to kindly come to the podium. So we have Dr. Asad al-Zaman. Dr. Shensuk, and Dr. Ahmed. Assalamu wa rahmatullah. So our first speaker is Dr. Asad al-Zaman, and Doctor, you will be presenting standing or sitting. Okay. Will be using PowerPoint.
There is a slides. If they have them,
okay.
Then I will so that I can look at them.
This is the remote.
Oh,
for your easy convenience. So, Doctor, you've got 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Now it's on. Okay, Assalamu alaikum again. And thank you very much for being here and giving attention. So I'll dive right into it because our time is short, and the title is, Has Islamic Economics Delivered on Its Promises? So to understand what is the purpose of economics, what is the promise? Well, one of the purposes is to provide policy advice. So in that sense, conventional economics has been a failure. The most dramatic instance of that is the global financial crisis, where they failed to predict or to provide correct policy advice after it happened. But Islamic economics also suffers from the same problem. They have not been able to provide good policy advice to the Islamic world. Conventional economics, which was implemented and enforced by the World Bank and the IMF, failed to deliver a single case of economic transformation, even though these policies were actually enforced by the World Bank around the world. And there is a book by World Bank itself which acknowledges this failure. Oh, okay. So the conventional economic theory has not been able to deliver even one case of economic transformation. But communist Russia, China, also the East Asian countries, they achieved economic transformation. And there is acknowledgement by people who have studied this that none of this was based on, these economic transformations were based on ignoring and rejecting conventional advice. But we can say also the same thing about Islamic economics, that it has failed to provide transformation for any of the countries. Any of the Islamic countries we have not. So that's one measure by which Islamic economics has not delivered on its promises. There is another measure. Over the past 3 decades, a number of new disciplines or alternatives for economics have emerged, and they have delivered. So there is behavioral economics, and they are currently providing policy advice to governments all over the world to change behavior in desirable directions. It's called nudge. There is poverty economics started by Duflo and Banerjee, and they have multi-million-dollar programs running all around the world, and with promises to end poverty. They have been partly successful and part failures. But anyway, they have made an impact on real world. There's environmental economics, which is of course a multi-billion-dollar issue because of the climate crisis. And environmental economics is again very different from and not within the scope of modern economics as it is currently taught. These are a big success. Then there is also evolutionary economics, which has very strong explanatory power about how economies evolve. And this is not a subject which is part of conventional for reasons I'll discuss. There is agent-based models, computational economics. And again, this successfully analyzes complex systems. Modern economy is a complex system. The conventional economics does not have the mathematical capability to deal with a complex system, because they treat all the agents as the same. Then there is modern monetary theory, which has explanation of modern system, and it has 3 goals: zero inflation, zero interest, and zero unemployment. And all of these are Islamic goals, and modern monetary theory provides a theory and an explanation and a policy to achieve these. Again, we don't have anything comparable within Islamic economics. So the question arises, why has Islamic economics failed to deliver? And I have given an explanation of this. in my paper on the crisis in Islamic economics, which has also been translated in Turkish. Briefly speaking, modern economics arose after the rejection of God and afterlife and judgment. So it's based on the idea that the goal of life is to maximize pleasure. This is written, this is the first principle of modern economics. The goal of life for every human being, every rational human being, those people who don't do this are irrational, like we Muslims are irrational because we believe in God. So this means that man is just another kind of animal. We live in a jungle of cutthroat competition, and there is only one morality, and that is the survival of the fittest. So the world is governed by, society is built on greed, competition, and individualism. Islam is based on generosity, cooperation, and social responsibility. So in all dimensions, it's opposite. So now, the problem with conventional, Islamic economics is that it has attempted to merge these two. They have said that let's take modern economics and adapt it. And that cannot be successful. You cannot mix two opposites. I will explain later why this approach has been developed. So, only about 1 month ago, I've been criticizing conventional economics for a long time. Recep Hoca has been criticizing me for criticizing economics. But over the 20 years, I have only recently, only in the last month, I have put together all of these pieces into a coherent theoretical framework. And I have started writing this textbook on third generation Islamic economics. And there is a link provided here which gives you the home page and whatever material currently exists on it, an outline and some chapters. So the basic place where we can start building a new theory is from human behavior. So first there is this survey of mine which explains, which just documents the massive amount of empirical evidence against the economic theory which approach to human behavior. So, and why did the economists accept such a theory, such a defective theory of human behavior? That's because they wanted to be scientific. And to be scientific means that, in their view, to be scientific means that you only look at the observable factors, so you don't look at inside the human being. And so they take a mathematical, axiomatic approach, which means that the behavior of you and me can be reduced to a mathematical formula. And that has proven to be a failure. So we reject this external approach, and we start by an internal subjective approach, supposedly unscientific. So we say that self-knowledge is the key to human behavior. I know who I am, and this is this has been ancient wisdom across many different wisdom traditions. So Aristotle said that to know yourself is the beginning of wisdom. And there's a saying that man arafa nafsahu arafa rabbuh. But this is said to be hadith, but it's actually a Sufi saying, probably from Ibn Arabi. So this is the wisdom. And basically, if we know ourselves as human beings, this leads to a much better, much more powerful theory of human behavior. And this can do a better job than behavioral economics and experimental economics, even though these two fields are now very famous and they are being used to make policy. We can improve upon them. So, so one insight is that we should base our theory of human behavior on self-knowledge. The second insight is that societies are continuously evolving, and this is our lived experience. As we live, we notice that the society we live in is changing in many different ways. This means that modern economics theory of equilibrium must be rejected. Equilibrium is a situation where society does not change. Ibn Khaldun studied the evolution of societies in time from youth to maturity to luxury and decline. And so, because we are going to change the intellectual tradition. We are not going to follow the Western intellectual tradition. Even the word social science, the science part of it refers to a certain intellectual tradition which we must reject if we want to study human society. And so it's useful to name it after Ibn Khaldun, Ulumul Umran. Many other people have adopted this perspective as well. So, one of the things is that society is continuously changing, so we want to study the process of social change. The other thing is that economics, politics, society, environment, all four dimensions are linked, and you cannot study them in isolation. So in particular, economic theory cannot be studied in isolation from the other factors. So these two are distinguishing features. So since societies are composed of human beings, so if we have a bad theory of human behavior, we have a bad social science. And so if we create a correct theory of human behavior, we can rebuild the entire body of social sciences from start. And Recep Şentürk has developed multiplex theories of human behavior. I also have some insights into this, but basically one of the things that I want to say is that the idea of science is, which is misunderstood in the West, but according to their understanding, science is about external observable behavior. So they do not investigate the spirit, the heart, the nafs, and all the internal dimensions of man. And because of this, they can never arrive at a valid theory of behavior. So even within economics, there is orthodoxy, there is heterodoxy, there are many different schools of thought, but none of them can arrive at this point. So when we start with a real theory of human behavior, we can really rebuild the social sciences, and the social sciences is the key to rebuild our own society. The theory provides the framework for the society that you build. So if you have the wrong theory, you can never build the right society. So we understand that if societies are evolving, then social theories must co-evolve. They must evolve alongside society. So in chapter 2 of my textbook, I explain how Western economic theory evolved. And basically, it was the result of centuries of religious wars in Europe. Because centuries of religious wars between Protestants and Catholics led the Europeans to realize that Christianity cannot be used as the basis to build a peaceful society. This is very different from the Islamic historical experience. So they said, okay, let's get rid of religion, because religion just leads to wars. And so they built a secular society, and these secular societies are built on organizing principles which are antithetical to Islam. One of these is that Hobbes, the first political scientist, said that we cannot rely on internal morality, because internal morality comes from Christianity, so let's replace it by the rule of law. So the government is now going to enforce morality. And today, our Islamists have also accepted this idea, and they want to enforce the Sharia from the outside, when in fact the Sharia is a state of the heart, a state of compliance of the heart, the khushu and khuzu. That is the Sharia. The Sharia begins in the heart. It's not enforced. You cannot enforce Iman from the outside. So that eventually led to the modern economics, which is blind to the nature of man. Now, what happened to Islamic economics? This has also evolved with time. The first generation, in the beginning of 20th century, the economics was, the Islamic world was colonized, and in the 1950s, success, freedom was from political rule was achieved, and the first generation of Islamic economics was revolutionary. It said that Islamic economics provides an alternative to capitalism and socialism and communism. But this goal was not achieved in the 1950s. In the 1970s, the Islamic economists said that political Islam has failed. We cannot capture control, so instead of replacing capital, instead of rejecting capitalism and replacing it with an Islamic system, let's just take capitalism and modify it to be Islamic. So that is the birth of second generation of Islamic economics. Again, it evolved due to historical circumstances. But this idea has failed. Okay, so this idea also failed, and that led to the birth of the second generation. For 3 decades, conventional economics was tried, but it has not been able to produce any new ideas. So the third generation comes from rejecting second generation, and from historical experience that the second generation did not actually succeed in producing anything. There are some useful insights that were learned and absorbed. So now there's a little time left, but what I would like to end with is to say that all of the 6 successful alternatives that I mentioned on the first page, which are all partial insights, and they all come from Islamic perspective. So if we adopt an Islamic perspective and we study economics from the Islamic point of view, we can improve on behavioral economics, we can do better than poverty economics, we can do better than environmental economics, we can improve upon evolutionary economics by using our Ulumul Imran. Agent-based models are natural for Islamic economics because Allah Ta'ala says, Inna sa'yakum la shatta, meaning different people have different goals. Islamic economics modern economics assumes that everyone has the same goal, to maximize pleasure. That's wrong. So an MMT, modern monetary theory, it says that we should aim for 0 unemployment, 0 inflation, and 0 interest rates. These are goals aligned with Islamic ideals. And so all of these things can be incorporated into a single framework coming from Islamic perspective. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So our next presenter is Dr. Shen Sook. He's come from Kyoto University, interested in Islamic economics and finance. And this is manifested by publishing a book entitled Economics and Finance, Islamic Economics and Finance in Action, Inventing a New Universal Paradigm. So probably we'll be listening to a different perspective this time. And Dr. of course, Shen Sook will be answering the same question, whether Islamic economics has delivered on its promise or not.
Can I talk here? Yes, sure. Okay, thank you very much. Very kind introduction. So I think that I am one of the participants who comes from the farthest countries from Japan. So I just arrived this morning after 13 hours long flight. So I'm a little bit sleepy, but I try to do my best. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yes. So I will start my presentation. So Islamic economics is a grand alternative movement that has been continuous intellectual pursuit since the mid-20th century, aiming to construct a new economic system to replace capitalism. As a result of the implementation of Islamic economics into actual economies, practices such as Islamic finance, halal industries, and renewed Islamic charitable activities have emerged. And they have made a remarkable progress, not only in the Islamic world, but also in Western countries. In response to the question posed by this question, Islamic economics, has it delivered on its promises? So there are various evaluations and debates still ongoing today, as to whether the ideals of Islamic economics are being reflected in the real practice of Islamic economy. Professor Asad-Zaman already mentioned a lot about Islamic economics, including regarding what Islamic economics did or Islamic economics has done, and also from the historical experience, and also mentioning the future of Islamic economics, mentioning the third generation of Islamic economics. That is very interesting point, I think. But therefore, so I will take a different perspective, especially the future of Islamic economics for the whole humankind, including non-Muslims. So such intellectual and practical situations can be seen as evidence that Islamic economics is still actively moving towards the establishment of a new economic system that will be alternative to capitalism, involving a diverse range of people. In light of the historical facts that communism, the most significant alternative movement of the modern era, was quarters with the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of 20th century. It is no exaggeration to say that Islamic economics is currently the most promising and realistic alternative movement in the world. My talk aims to consider the potential of such still fresh alternative movement, Islamic economics, to develop into a global alternative movement that includes non-Muslims. Because I'm not Muslim, and Japan has a very small population of Muslims. So therefore, I frequently asked why I study Islamic economics, because I'm not Muslim. But I have such kind of global perspectives, how Islamic economics can contribute to the non-Muslim people or non-Muslim society. That is my motivation of study Islamic economics. So to this end, I will attempt to translate the economic knowledge that Islamic economics has proposed into a form that can be understood by non-Muslims, and to sublimate it into universal knowledge that can be used regardless of whether Muslim or non-Muslim. To begin with, exploring the universal post-capitalist potential of Islamic economics is an old and new mission for Islamic economics. This is because Islamic civilizations has made a very important contributions to human history, and Islamic economics has a great potential beyond the mere intellectual heritage of Muslims. Therefore, universalization of Islamic economics knowledge is possible. The benefit of universalizing Islamic economic knowledge is that it allows for the comparison with similar economic knowledge in other regions, cultures, and religions. By discovering such economic knowledge similar to Islamic economic knowledge, a global collaboration for the post-capitalism can be realized. The following, using Islamic finance and Wakf as examples, I will attempt to translate the Islamic economic knowledge latent in these practices into a form that can be understood by non-Muslim and sublimate it into universal knowledge that can be used by Muslim and non-Muslim alike. In addition, I will attempt to discover economic knowledge similar to Islamic economic knowledge from the indigenous economic knowledge in Japan in order to explore the possibility of collaboration or solidarity between the two. So since the pioneer days, Islamic economics had advocated a system using mudaraba as a preferred financial system. Mudaraba is an instrument whereby a lender entrusts funds to borrower and shares in profit or loss, or losses generated by the borrower's business. The relationship between lenders and borrowers in mudaraba is closely linked, as if they are joint ventures. It is characterized as non-anonymous or face-to-face financial system. Furthermore, if we go back to the pre-modern Islamic world, there exists a web of lending and borrowing relationships consisting of countless mudaraba lenders and borrowers that did not involve banks. It is characterized as a decentralized or horizontal financial system. Although modern Islamic finance uses a banking system in reality, it can be assumed that it aspires this decentralized and horizontal financial system. So in summary, the economic knowledge posted by the Islamic finance can be described as a non-anonymous and decentralized horizontal financial system. And the WACC is an instrument to distribute wealth generated by the commercial facilities endowed by Muslims to designated beneficiaries. Thus, WACC is a mechanism whereby the more prosperous the market, the more welfare is provided to those in need. In other words, the WACC is a system that perfectly balances the market economy where people do business according to their own interest and social welfare where the vulnerable are cared for. Moreover, this mechanism consists solely of the voluntary private sector without state intervention. The economic knowledge posted by the WACC can be expressed as a voluntary self-interested altruistic spirits. So needless to say, the WACC was the institution as the root of the prosperity in the pre-modern Islamic world, and the spirits of self-interested altruism based on the compatibility of such market economy and social welfare enabled such prosperity to continue. So let us now consider the structure of the problems caused by the capitalism today, focusing on the finance and economic inequality. The most obvious manifestation of the adverse effect of the financial capitalism was the global financial crisis. The cause of the vertical financial order centered on the Wall Street in the United States and the multiple and complicated lending and borrowing relationships from local depositors to subprime borrowers via investors, banks, and U.S. investment banks like Lehman Brothers. When the crisis hit, the original lenders never imagined that their money was being lent to the poor in U.S. Economic disparity manifests itself not only in the wealth gap within the single country, but also diverse ways, such as the gap between developed and developing countries, between companies and workers, and between men and women. The reason for the lack of progress in correcting economic disparity includes, for example, tax evasion by the wealthy and multinational corporations and various conflicts of interest in the tax system. So these causes of the problem of the capitalism can be summarized conceptually as follows. So the vertical and anonymous and the selfishness and versus altruism. So as you may already noticed, Islamic economics knowledge contrasted favorably with the cause of the problem capitalism, and therefore Islamic economics can be powerful alternative capitalism. In the sector of the financing, the vertical and anonymous, but Islamic economic knowledge raises distributed horizontal and non-anonymous. And in the part of the economic disparities, the selfishness versus altruism in the cause of the capitalism, problem of the capitalism, but Islamic economic suggests self-interested altruism. By the way, economic knowledge similar to the Islamic economic knowledge we have seen above can be found in other regions, cultures, and religions. In the following, I will attempt to discover such economic knowledge from indigenous economic knowledge. In Japan, since the Middle Ages, various people have formed a mutual aid organization called KO and lent and borrowed money. In this system, people pool money together each term and borrow money in order of need. Such organizations still exist in some areas today. Furthermore, a credit union or cooperatives, which emerged in the modern era, have inherited the spirit of the KO and provide financial services rooted in the local economy. So these financial practices are characterized by the decentralized, horizontal, and decentralized financial systems. In Shiga Prefecture, where I live, next to the historical city of Kyoto, merchants known as Omi merchants have been active throughout the country since the Middle Ages. Their descendants went on the established companies that support the modern Japanese economy. The business ethics of the Omi merchant is called Sanpo Yoshi in Japanese. In English, good for me, good for them, good for society. So this business ethic goes hand in hand with a spirit of self-interested altruism. So such economic knowledge, similar to Islamic economic knowledge, is probably widespread in other regions and cultures and religions. The core mentioned above is generally known as the Rotating Saving and Credit Association, in short, ROSCA, practices in many parts of the world. So many of them have been forgotten with the spread of capitalism. By discovering and re-evaluating such economic knowledge, so we can create a great swell for the global realization of post-capitalism. Islamic economics, which has already become a major movement, is expected to serve as a catalyst for the discovery and re-evaluation of such economic knowledge. This is the universal potential of Islamic economics that I want to emphasize, especially for the non-Muslim countries. So, by the way, the new practices are emerging from within the capitalism that seeks to overcome the problem caused by the capitalism today. For example, a new financial system using a fintech and sustainable finance and corporate social responsibility and so on. So many of the economic knowledge raised by these new practices are also similar to Islamic economic knowledge. So fintech is a decentralized horizontal and decentralized financial system, and sustainable finance and corporate social responsibility are related to self-interested altruisms. So looking at these new practices, is it not too much to say that the time has caught up with Islamic economics? Of course, the new practices of capitalism and Islamic economics differ greatly in their worldviews, and it would be an overstatement to say that they are all alike. However, considering that global community is currently in the serious crisis, so we should put aside all our small differences and unite with others to work hand in hand to build a new economic society. I believe Islamic economics, which is based on the Islamic civilization that has made important contribution to human history, has a great mission to lead such a movement. And that is why Islamic economics is irreplaceable, regardless of whether Muslim or non-Muslim. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Shensouk. Now, the next presenter is Dr. Ahmed Aysan, and he's a professor of economics at HBKU Hamad bin Khalifa University, which is based in Qatar.
Assalamu alaikum. It's great to be back in Istanbul. It's always good to be in Istanbul and also in the Giannuma events. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I don't have the slides. I'm a lazy student of economics, Islamic economics. This is one reason. And also, I want you to see the lights on my eyes. So that's another reason. So it works in Turkey. Actually, I was thinking, the good thing about these conferences is that you get a topic and you have to think about it. This is a great thing because, academics always work. Even when we sleep, we think about the ideas. When I was thinking about the topic, many things came to my mind, and always there is kind of a mismatch about what we think and what we write. Oftentimes we don't have much time to write, but we have a lot to think, and for that opportunity also I would like to thank the Cihanuma Forum for that. And I was at the Sabiha Gökçen airport yesterday, and we waited about 2 hours to get our luggages. And I was thinking about the conference, and I said, look, even this is the Islamic economics. Why? Because to do your job properly is part of Islamic economics. The people over there last night, for example, waited 2 hours, and it is owned by Khazanah, one of the Islamic finance institutions in Malaysia. And one way or another, there could be lots of reasons for sure, but I thought that one way or another, doing our jobs properly is part of Islamic economics. And it is related with the topic, whether the Islamic economists have fulfilled the promises or not. And then thanks to Cihanuma team, they took me from the airport, they put me to the hotel, and I came back. And then everything was very proper. Again, I would like to thank them. And this is also part of Islamic economics, which you do your job properly and you get the du'as of others, like the prayers. So when we think about Islamic economics in that respect, it is not about Islamic economics in the textbooks. Islamic economics is something that we live in. Islamic economics is something on our eyes, in a sense. So Islamic economics is something that what we deliver as an economist, as a policymaker, as regulators, as academics. When we have the good students, when we become a good example to them, it is also a part of Islamic economics. So this is something which is very important, I believe, because we shouldn't just reduce the Islamic economics to the textbooks or something which came out for about 50 years ago with certain different reasons related with the post-colonization, with the independence and so on. But Islamic economics is always going to be with us, and Islamic economics will be fulfilled. Because if we fulfill something, that means there is a problem there. We solve the problem. Professor Recep said recently, if we solve the problem, new problems comes up. We should live with how to live with the problems. And this reminds me of one thing. And I was an undergrad student. Probably you may remember İzzettin Önder. If you are from Istanbul University, anyone knows İzzettin Önder? Professor İzzettin Önder, nobody knows? No way. Şakir Hoca knows. So İzzettin Önder is a public finance professor. He used to be teaching at Boğaziçi University. He was teaching, we had 2 compulsory public finance courses, and I used to like this course. Still I like the course, because we were not covering anything. We were just discussing about daily things. This is the best course for the students. It is kind of a relaxation from all the other courses. And many of the students used to not attending the class. We were among the very few students attending the class, and we were just discussing with the professors. For the 2 courses, I get AA. And then I said, okay, this is a good course. It is not very demanding. I should take the master version of this course. It was allowed. When we get the 4th grade, we were allowed to get this master courses at Boğaziçi University. And I got that course. I said, okay, this is an easy professor. We talk with him. Anyway, so he talks about the daily issues. I took the course. But the professor, the people who knows İzzettin Önder, he's very famous actually. You should know this person. He's a good professor of public finance. He's a leftist. And then he put this ideology into his classes a lot. And then I was a very courageous undergrad student. I said, one day, he was always making some sort of a propaganda of this socialist ideas and this leftist ideas. One day I said, okay, I have been taking his course for a while. I always express my views, but I want to ask even a more fundamental questions. I said, Hocam, one day we wake up and all the Marxist ideas came about, and then the world became a perfect place. It is like a paradise. What are we gonna do afterwards? And then he was very upset. He said, a scientist cannot ask such a question. This is not a scientific question. And at the end of the course, I get BB from the course, unfortunately. It lowered my GPA. So I still remember, I saw him later, and I still, may Allah give hidayah to him. I like him still. We like people anyway, inshallah. It is never late. Inshallah, he will come to our terms. So this is how is it related with the title of this panel? The panel is about whether Islamic economics have fulfilled the promises. There is no such thing. If there is no such thing that tomorrow we will wake up and then the world will be perfect, we will live in an Islamic world. In our childhood, we used to pray like this. Still, in the kindergarten, my sister, she went to the kindergarten and she was saying that Islami devlet, Islamic state, something like that. So it is like we will have the state, we will have something, and everything will be perfect. The world is not like that. Islamic economics is more of an ontological issue, where we are part of this world, but not part of this world. There is always perfection. There is always something that we can progress. And this is quite related with a poem by Konstantin Kafavis. What is it? Let me ask you. What is one of the most famous poem of Konstantin Kafavis on this journey? The life is a journey which is never fulfilled. But the joy of having this journey is by itself is valuable. Fatih Hocam, a very famous poem by Konstantin Kafavis. Anyone? Halim Hocam? No answer. Anyone else? Okay. I will give 10 points. Ülker Chocolate. Hobbies or Tadelle sort of thing. No answer. Among the younger generation. Where are the younger generation? So, how about it? So it is Konstantin Kafavis by Itaki. Right? Itaki, in this poem, it tells us that the life is a journey. We will have lots of problems. We will have lots of issues. But at the end, the life is beautiful because it is a journey. It is not something as an end. So it goes back to my question to my professor. Tomorrow, even we have an Islamic state, even we have adopted all these Islamic ideas, there will be always, our examination in life will continue. Our journey will continue, and this is the beauty of it. And we should enjoy it, right? We should enjoy the difficulties, the beauties, and we will try to see the beauties of this journey, inshallah. That's why this is quite related with the title. We didn't discuss the title of this panel at all, but these are the reflections I have to think about the Islamic economics, whether it has fulfilled the promises or not. It has, and let's come to the, after this introduction, let's come to the, whether it's the answer. Still, we can answer these questions. My perception is that Islamic economics have been with us for 50 years. But Islamic economics as a form it has been with us for the 50 years. But there was always Islamic economics, right? In the Ottoman times, even when you go back to, for example, Ayşe Buğra's book on the origins of economics or some origin of economics, there is even Islamic economics before Islam. This is one of my projects, inshallah. I have to write something about it. Islam is always with us, from the beginning to the end, right? Because we believe in the prophets before our prophet, Hazreti Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that's why this journey dimension should be there. But in terms of when we think about the Islamic economics, oftentimes we think about the Islamic economics that came about for about 50 years ago, right? All this, you know the history, so there is no need to get into the details. And in there, I have kind of a mixed answer. Islamic finance has delivered certain promises, but not the other promises. First, I have to make a distinction. One, as a field, like academics, like Professor Asad is mostly referring to the Islamic economics as a field. But there is also Islamic economy, let's say, as a practice. And there is kind of a disparity between them in terms of their success. I believe Islamic economy as a practice has delivered a lot. Actually, it has delivered more than what Islamic political thought or Islamic cultural thought, Islamic ideas has delivered in the last 50 years. When we compare these thoughts, politics, culture, and so on, what has been delivered in the name of Islam, and we compare it with Islamic economics, in practice, Islamic economics have delivered much more. Right now, we have Islamic banks, Islamic financial institutions. Why do we have them? By the way, also, this is another important thing. How do we define the Islamic economics? Right now, I define the Islamic economics as the study of or the behavior of the Muslim individuals, right? Muslim individuals, government, and so on. So if Islamic economics makes the life of the people easier, then it will cater the needs of the people, will fulfill the promises. So in that sense, right now, as compared to 50 years ago, we have Islamic banks. In Turkey, it is about 8% of the overall banking sector. In Qatar, it is 25%. In Malaysia, it is 50%. But one way or another, out of nothing, we have zero Islamic banks, zero some sort of institutional solutions for financing and banking. Right now, we come to this stage. There is no single other thing in politics or in culture or whatever you name in other fields of Islamic movement that we have delivered that much. So there are lots of criticism about the Islamic banking, Islamic economics, and so on. But always, you know, this is a journey. That's why I wanted to start with like half of the glass is empty, half of the glass is full. So there is a lot to improve as well. But I believe institutionally, as something that we contribute to the rest of the civilization, as our friend from Japan has mentioned, this is something we already deliver one way or other. It is 8%, 25%, or 50%, but we deliver something almost out of nothing as institutionally. This is the practice side, especially in banking, especially in the finance side. We deliver more. But in economics, we didn't probably deliver that much. That's why I gave the example of my waiting in the Sabiha Gökçen airport. This is also Islamic economics. If you make the people, if you don't deliver a good service, and then you make the people wait for 2 hours after a long flight, this is also not Islamic economics, right? Whatever we do, even we produce some furniture ingredients, let's say, or whatever we do, even at the university, if we deliver good products, people will say, okay, these are the Muslims, they do good job, as Johannuma has done, right? So this is also part of Islamic economics, and in Islamic economy part in practice, we do not necessarily did that well aside from the banking and finance, right? In banking and finance, there's a big room to improve, for sure. I mean, this 8% in Turkey is probably quite a minimal amount. But at least in Turkey, when people have the Islamic values and they want to do their, they want to adjust their behavior accordingly, they have the options. They can go to the Islamic banks. They can do this. There are solutions. This was not available 40 years ago in Turkey. This is a big improvement one way or another. And because the purpose of Islamic finance should be make the life of the Muslims easier. They shouldn't have some sort of a bipolar or disorder where there is something in the theory and the practice does not fit, which we all live one way or another. This is the kind of our destiny. And we will always live this. But if this disparity is too much, what is preached in the theory and what is what is done in practice, this becomes even more of a tension. And then people may opt to different ways. So our purpose as Islamic economists should be to reduce this tension. I mean, what is preached in the theory, there has to be some practical implications, practical applications, and Islamic finance is already delivering this through Islamic banking. But again, when it comes to the regular economy, we have a big room to deliver there. Whatever we do, if we fund universities, if you are in academia, if you are in the private sector, if you are doing some businesses, we should deliver our jobs in a way that people will praise this. Okay, these are the Muslims and their Muslimhood is being reflected on what they are doing. And this will be always constant struggle. Going back to the Itaki, this is a continuous journal. This is the practice part. And really, Islamic economists are sometimes very pessimistic people. They don't see the beauty of the life. They don't see the full glass of the Islamic economists. Alhamdulillah, we have Munzur Kaftar. There are first generation people, second generation people. MashaAllah, they have contributed a lot. And we should really appreciate this because we have delivered a lot in theory and practice. And out of nothing, right now we have something, right? We have something to develop even further. This is our success. And if we this is very much done in Islam because we always criticize. Okay, this is not Islamic enough. We have to do more. This is fine. This is a journey. We will always continue to improve, and this is a part of the examination. But we shouldn't make ourselves in a position that it is as if the world is kind of evil. Everything is bad what we have done. We should appreciate what we have done because when you go to the Islamic finance conferences, always they say, okay, this is not enough. We have achieved, but this is not enough, or Islamic banks are not properly functioning. Some of the products are not halal enough or something. These discussions have to be there. But at the same time, we should also appreciate what we have achieved. So on the practice side, I believe there is more room, probably, but at the same time, in the banking and finance, we improve. On the economic side, mashallah, Asad Hoca, I have been listening to Asad Hoca for the last 15 years or so. Mashallah, he made a very good presentation. There are lots of criticism. I'm not that critical of conventional economics at all. I believe that economists are very naive people among the social scientists. They think with the models and so on, so that they are easier to convince. But in terms of Islamic economics also, even as a field, as a theory, we developed a lot, but there is much more room to develop because there is an issue right now, especially Islamic economics is trying to be reduced like just only for charity financing or only for social financing. Islamic finance is not about that. Muslims, as Muslims, we have universal messages. We live in this world. We have to have the ideas to say something about MMT, for example. MMT discussion was not about the developing countries. MMT discussion took place, modern monetary theory discussions took place in US. It is about the American policy. Inequality issues are being discussed more in US than the other countries. We need to discuss the global issues. We shouldn't just reduce our discussion to our localities. Islamic economics is not just about Malaysia. Islamic economics is not just about Turkey. There's a universal message, and we have to discuss the global issues in the context of Islamic finance. What is our viewpoint as Muslims? What we think about the sustainability and so on? I believe this is the lacking in Islamic economics. As an Islamic economist, we should be able to say, how should be the central banking to be done globally? What should be the policies of the Fed which will impact the the poor in the some distant place. One last thing. So far, Islamic finance has been having a more top-down approach. When you go back to 1970s, we should thank our let's say, politicians actually for Islamic finance, not to Ömer Çapra. First, Ömer Çapra didn't come in Islamic economics. First, the politicians, the people who are politically conscious about Islam, about the Islamism, probably, they come up with these ideas. And then they start forming Islamic Development Bank. They start employing Ömer Çapra at the Monetary Authority of Saudi Arabia. So they are the first. But it's same thing in Malaysia. I mean, when you look at the Mahathir, Enver Ibrahim right now, or Zeti of the governor of Bank Negara, or in Turkey, I mean, even in Turkey, right, it was more of a top-down where the policymakers, especially when you go back to Erbakan Hoca, it was mostly, first there's a political consciousness and then people start discussing about this. But right now, the period has changed. Right now, we have Muslims living in the Muslim minority countries. There are Muslims living in US. We recently had a meeting at Harvard about the Islamic Finance Conference. MashaAllah, we have guidance residents, for example, where they provide Islamic mortgages to the Muslims in US. This is a big achievement for Islamic finance. It is not a theoretical contribution, but at least they provide Islamic mortgage solution to Muslims living in US with a comparable rate with the conventional mortgages. But they do this Islamically. This is the biggest, one of the biggest actually Islamic finance practices. Then you don't leave the people having a kind of a big tension between, okay, if I go for an Islamic bank, I will give a big premium. So this is a form of Islamic finance solution. So in there, right now, I believe many people are discussing that Islamic finance came to a plateau in terms of the academic publication, in terms of ideas. People are expecting big thinkers like Ömer Çapra or others. I don't think that even the first generation of people were not necessarily big thinkers. They were at the right place at the right time. Right now, the time has changed. Our new generation of Islamic finance people, we do not necessarily should expect individual contribution, big thinkers. A big thinker will come and save us. This is the story of the past. Right now, the story of the future, we should focus instead of the past. That's why we organize a conference recently on rooted futures in Qatar. And in this rooted futures, I believe the importance should be given to the technology. The Muslims have not encountered or have some sort of a fair dialogue with the technology. Technology is developed in the West, and then we just adopt. And the AI, the ChatGPT sort of things are very much at the heart of discussions. We should be involved in these discussions. We have to have this Islamic perspective. And there is a big room for fintech companies. I agree with our friend from Japan that the fintech is kind of a decentralized solution. Like even the cryptocurrencies, the Bitcoin and so on, decentralized finance, decentralized money have to be discussed more. And inshallah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. So I believe the summary of these discussions is that Islamic economics in terms of theory is still incomplete. In terms of practice, there is still room for reform and advancement. So I will spare the remaining few minutes for your questions from the audience. So please, if you have any question, please address it to one of the specific presenters. So we have like time for 3 questions only. So, yes.
Orhan Hocam. Orhan Koçak from Istanbul.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentations. I especially want to thank Professor Ahmed Faruk Aysan. What I am thinking is that he emphasized, he told here, what we need in Islamic economics, I think, more than finance financial problems, because we are always talking financial issues, but we don't emphasize more our ideas, our behaviors. You told us something you taught in Sabiha Gökçek Airport. Do you have any model for that? What we should do? If there is a model, I want to hear you. If there is no any model, what can we say? What can we say as an elementary steps for that model? Because we should emphasize it. When we look at the organizations, conferences, we don't talk about Islamic organizations, Islamic production, manufacturing. We need it. We need that. We are living in an environment in which capitalist system is very common. They put their regulations. They put their laws, in which we cannot put our laws and regulations. So what we need more power, we need more production, manufacturing, we need more intellectual property, capacity. But we don't do that. So how we can emphasize those issues more rather than financial institutions? We are always talking about those finance. I want to hear other issues that will encourage us to produce more, to set more companies in real sector and other maybe intellectual property sector. So what do you say? Maybe it is a big, it will take much time, but inshallah, in a short sense, yeah.
Right,
I want to hear.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for seeing the light on my eyes also. This is a very important point. That's why I wanted to start from there. Because when we just reduce the Islamic economics to finance and banking, we are actually somewhat secularizing ourselves. Right? Okay, we do this and our heart is clear. Anyway, Islam is not related with the production that we do in the factories. The labor rights, or even right now, right, the minimum wages will be determined. How do we discuss the minimum wage in Turkey in the context of Islamic finance? Our guys, Müsiyat guys, Ito guys are talking about the minimum wages. Are they referring to anything about the Islam in that regard? Or they are referring to the government policies? So that's why I wanted to start from there, where Islamic economics is more general, and it is related with everything. It is not necessarily about the banking. I completely agree. It's about the factory. It's about, but right now, it is especially right now, we have to encounter with this technology. Technology is coming. The metaverse issues, character AI issues, they are all everywhere. So we shouldn't secularize the Islam by just focusing on the social finance part of Islamic finance. We shouldn't just, it should be much more inclusive, much more comprehensive. In that regard, this ethics part will be important. So the solution will not come like, okay, I am having an Islamic factory. The solution will be, we will have strong Muslims. Whatever they do as the exporters, producers, they will really act like Muslims. They will not go to their factories or businesses and they will do all sorts of things, and then they will go to the mosque or they will go to the Islamic bank, and then that will be it. We should be, the life should be much more holistic. We shouldn't compartmentalize our life. So it is error. As an academic, we should do the right thing. As Muslims, we should have the dialogue also with the convention, for example, in conventional economics. We shouldn't denounce them in that regard. So I am a bit different in that sense with Dr. Professor Asad. We should communicate with them, and we should deliver our ideas, not necessarily in the form of Islamic economics. For example, when you go to the US and if you say directly about Islamic economics, it might get some sort of a bias. But when you say the same thing in an ethical context, you get more attention. So whatever we do, we should try to infiltrate all part of our lives. Otherwise, Islamic economics will not be really Islamic. Inshallah. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Halim. Thank you for the presentations. We are talking about Islamic economy and modern economy or capitalism. How can we compare these two economies? I mean, should we look at principles or institutions or outcomes? When we look at outcomes like zero inflation, zero interest rate, zero unemployment, Islamic economy is not successful, or capitalism, modern economies seems successful. What is the best way or right way to compare these two economies? Thank you.
So, in my talk, I was concentrating on methodology, how to understand human societies. So we start by building a understanding, knowledge, then on the basis of that knowledge we will take action. So I believe that the modern economics has a complete misunderstanding of human behavior. It says that human beings, at the center of the theory is the idea that human beings maximize the pleasure they get from goods and services consumption. So this is wrong. And so if we build a more realistic theory of human behavior, we can build a better theory of understanding of economics. In particular, the goal of economics is to improve human welfare. And so the modern economics does not have an understanding of human welfare. They think that human welfare is maximized if you give them maximum number of goods and services. This is wrong, even from a secular point of view. Human happiness relates to social relationships, loving and being loved, not eating more and more. So having a better theory of human welfare, which Islam provides us, will lead to a better theory of economics, better welfare outcomes, not just increased GDP. So I think that's enough.
Thank you, Doctor.
And
Yes.
very quickly, probably, to Halim Hoca. You are right, when there is this Islamicity index, which is generated by George Washington people, Ascari and others. This has been very much used in the literature also, this Islamicity index, and they look at the more macro variables, like the governance of the country, the inflation rate, the macroeconomics, and so on. And unfortunately, the Muslim countries are not necessarily good in there. But the question is it about the theory? I mean, there is nothing wrong with Islam, but in terms of implementation, there are issues. One meander we should accept, by the way, the practice and the theory has to be judged proportionally. One meander, most of the Muslim countries are the former colonies. Most of the Muslim countries are in the certain part of the world where historically they were not necessarily rich enough. So in that sense, this shouldn't be like what Timur Quran has done, especially he relate the backwardness of the Islamic countries with the Islamic law. We shouldn't make very over generalization, but you are right, one way or other, we should work on developing it. And I believe we shouldn't relate it necessarily to Islam. This is about our practices. That's why, as policymakers, as regulators, as academics, as business people, we should all try to be good Muslims, and always we should have this aspiration. Ontologically, Islam is the only hope of the humanity. I agree with our brother from Japan, one way or other. Still, Islamic finance and Islam didn't fulfill all the promises, which is good. It means that we have still the hope. That's why, referring to my what I asked to our professor, so we make mistakes, we don't have to be perfect, and as at the governance level, in the Islamicity index, you know, Muslim countries, the first country that get into that list is coming at the 20th, I guess. I don't know the latest figure, but in the Islamicity index, there is New Zealand, there is Norway and so on, but the Muslim countries are not in the first 20 almost. And inshallah, we should improve on that. But there is nothing wrong with Islam. It is about, Islam is the hope, and that's why ontologically, as an every individual, we should work on delivering these promises, I believe. Thank you.
I thanks to all the speakers for their valuable presentation. I am from Marmara University Institute of Islamic Economics and Finance, Şakir Görmüş. First of all, I mentioned about Ahmet Faruk Aysan mentioned that we discussed like minimum wage or the other things. I mean, if you look at the MÜSİAD or TÜSİAD, maybe they don't discuss, but Istanbul University, Marmara University, Sakarya, Sebahattin Zaim in the or master and PhD course, we are not only discuss the minimum wage, also we discussed like the budget deficit, government spending, tax exemption in terms of the Islamic economics. We discussed this one. Okay, as you said, this is a journey and journey is continued. I have a small question for the Dr. Esat Zaman. I followed his whole study. You said the MMT model, modern monetary theory model, there is three goals, zero inflation and zero unemployment and zero interest rate. And also you said this is the goal for the Islamic economics. I agree that, but I have a small, not the small comment for it. Also, I want your comment about it. Like in Islam, if you say the zero interest rate is the goal, this means we accept the interest rate. Because if interest rate is zero, this means in Islamic economics, interest rate is in some point like 2, 3, 4. We try to reduce it zero, but still there is the interest rate. So here is maybe the goal of the Islamic economics should be not zero interest rate, but no interest, no riba. What's your comment about this one? Thank you.
To me, this seems like a semantic issue, but actually, maybe it's a deeper issue. What we want to have is a currency which is stable, which is, in fact, I think Imam Ghazali mentioned that one of the characteristics of the problem with inflation is that, and interest is that money is a unit of measure. It's like the ruler, you know. It measures things. The money measures the value of something. So if the ruler is flexible, then there is no stability to the measure. So if you're getting interest, then one lira is worth 2 liras 10 years later, then there is no constancy in the value. So maintaining a stable currency is one of the requirements of Islam, and that means no inflation, and that means no interest.
By the way, MMT people are crazy people, Şakir Hocam, so we shouldn't follow them as Islamic economists.
So with this we come to the end, sorry, we don't have much time left, so we come with this to the end of this session, so please join me in thanking Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Asad al-Zaman, and Dr. Shinsu. Thank you so much. And the moderator. So please stay in the auditorium because we immediately proceed with the following session, which is OIC report. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we will right now not have a break, but we will proceed with the next session, which is a 24-minute spotlight, and then we will break for lunch.
Lütfen. Bir rapor sunulacak şimdi.
I would like to invite Sain Ayub Balta, the Vice President of Jahannuma, to present the gifts to the participants. Hocam, hediyeler ne söyleyeceksiniz?
Hediye vereceğim size.
Ha. Ben söyleyeyim onu. Hediye kim getirecek? Ayaz? Ayaz?
Bir, iki, üç, dört ses deneme. Ses deneme 1, 2, 3, 4.
Bir de Türkçeden alabilir miyiz?
I will now like to invite Mr. Muzammil Edama from CESRIC to give his presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Muzammil Edema. I'm a researcher at CESRIC. Before I go further, let me thank the previous speakers and also the upcoming speakers after me for attending this important event. Let me start my presentation by first highlighting about what CESRIC is. CESRIC is a subsidiary of Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It's a research center based in Ankara. And it has 3 mandates. One is to data collection and dissemination, training and capacity building, economic and social development and evaluation. And also, it has 3 important technical departments. These departments include statistics and information, training, and research department. And in statistics department, we have a database for all the for all our member countries in OIC, and this helps our researchers in around the world, also in OIC member countries, to carry up their research. And this research, these indicators, they are categorized into 27 categories, and these categories have in total 1,852 indicators. And related to this, we also have a specific category which is only for Islamic economics and finance. And our researchers basically also access this database for their research purposes. And going forward, in training department, we organize a lot of training activities based on few modalities that includes workshop trainings and study visits within our member countries. And these are other important areas of our training. We have 24 specific sectoral areas where we organize these trainings. And coming to research department, we publish background research reports for OIC ministerial meetings, which are held, others are yearly, others are after every 2 years. So based on our research reports, the ministerial meetings, they take some policy recommendations for actions for our member countries. And let me also highlight small about OIC member countries. What are the OIC member countries? We are 58 member state organization, which is the second largest international organization after United Nations in the world. And our countries are divided into 4 continents, that's Africa, Asia, and Latin America, plus Europe. But most of the countries are, as you can see, they are in sub-Saharan Africa, and others followed by Europe and Central Asia. Also MENA, we have 19 member countries. And in South Asia, East Asia, and Latin America, we have 2, Suriname and Guyana. And allow me to talk of this. Why do we talk of OIC? These 57 member countries, they have a potential and they have a lot of resources. What are these resources? First of all, we are a quarter of a global population. That's we account. We are 20 billion population in the world. As we can see, the current projection of the global population is around 8 billion. So of the 8 billion, we account for a quarter of it. That's around 25%. And what are the importance of our population in the global chain? Currently, OIC population, around half of it is below 24 years. So it means as other developed countries are going out with issues related to aging population, in OIC member countries, we have strong youthful population, which can replenish our labor market. And also, to go further, I would like to mention that we have 65% of a global proven oil reserves. These are basically in 5 OIC member countries: Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, and United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait. In Africa, we have also in Nigeria. And also gas reserves, we have 58% of global gas reserves are in OIC member countries. And to go further, we also have a lot of agricultural land, around 1.4 trillion of hectares of OIC member countries. They have arable land, and this accounts for around 29.5% of the global total arable land. And also, when it comes, we have talked a lot of about Islamic finance and economics. As you can see, only top 10 OIC member countries, they account for 95% of the global Islamic finance assets. So we have a great potential to develop our economies when it comes using Islamic economics and finance. And this is a very good potential for us at the moment. Because as we could see previously, there was a speaker from Japan, a Christian, a non-OIC member country, and also a non-Muslim majority country. They are trying to come up with the idea of using Islamic economics because it is a human-friendly source of financing businesses in the world at the moment. So allow me to talk also of our strategic trading regions. While we are trading in merchandise, we use a lot of water transport. And while using water transport, there are some points called maritime chokes. And these are narrow passages where ships they pass with goods. And we, as OIC member countries, we have advantage over this. In the world, we only have 8 maritime choke points, and 6 of them are in OIC member countries. So this one here gives for us a leverage to control global trade. For instance, you can look at the Istanbul, this Turkey Strait. Most of the goods coming from Russia, they pass through Turkey, and Turkey has autonomous over controlling this strait here, and Straits of Malacca, and Gibraltar, and Suez Canal, along others. So these are under control of OIC member countries. In OIC member countries, we have advantage when it comes to international trade using water transport. So before going further, please allow me now go to the major issue. This is the OIC economic outlook. The OIC economic outlook, we prepared this report highlighting some of the major macro indicators of OIC member countries to reflect at least what is happening in OIC member countries. And this report is basically used by a Council of Foreign Ministers of OIC member countries when they sit yearly, and the report helps them to identify the deficit in OIC member countries and also to improve on their policy making at intra-OIC level, because each minister always comes with their country-specific issues. And when they look at this report, by this report, we'll try to bring to them on or at IC level, this is an intergovernmental organization. At our level, as intra-OIC, what can we do? And we bring some policy recommendations through this economic outlook based on some of these important macro indicators. And also, as OIC has standing committees, and COMSEC, which is a standing committee for economic and commercial cooperation, is one of the main important standing committees of OIC. And each year, the foreign ministers of OIC member countries, they sit here in Istanbul because COMSEC is under the stewardship of His Excellency, the President of Republic of Turkey. And from this economic outlook, they also benefit a lot because it acts as a background report for them. And without going further, let me also bring us now to the major issue. We normally look at our developing or our economic strength through GDP. And we have seen that over the few years, our economy is also growing, but we had a problem of COVID-19, and this affected most of the global economy, including our member countries. So after COVID, all our member countries, at least they bounced back, they recovered with the growth of their GDP. But as of 2023, our economy has grown by around 3.3%. This is close to global average, which is also 3.3%. As we can see, in 2020, I think this one has been blocked for you from this side here. I cannot do anything to change it, but we can see the OIC average on the other side there. During the COVID-19, our GDP growth declined by -4, but now we have bounced back, though we are below the OIC long-term average, which is 4.3%. Also going further, when we look at our share, because we try also to look at these countries here, globally, there are more than 190 countries when we are trying to combine the GDP. So for our 57 member countries, what is our total GDP? And what is our share in the global world? Over the years, our share in the world has been increasing. As of 2023, our share in global GDP has reached is 15% for 57 member countries. Though I was mentioned before that we have some potential. So it means this potential here, we are not putting it into better practice. As it was said before, we are not working hard, though we are talking about Islamic economics and finance. We are not putting it into better practice to improve our economy. So by that, we also projected that by 2024, our share in the global GDP will increase to 15.1%. But we also saw that in our member countries, there are countries where the economies are growing fast. One of them is Guyana, Libya, and Tajikistan, along others. Also, when we look at our member countries, we have countries like Indonesia. Indonesia is one of our countries with the largest economy, accounting at least Indonesia has like 1.4 trillion of GDP, which is the highest in OIC member countries. This followed by Turkey and Saudi Arabia. These three countries alone, they account for more than 40% of OIC GDP. And when we look at OIC, also GDP per capita, when we look at GDP per capita, our countries are not homogeneous, they are heterogeneous. Like, if you look at a country like Qatar, the GDP per capita in Qatar is around 68,000 US dollar. And countries like Afghanistan and Yemen, the GDP just varies from 350 to 400. And it means we still have a bigger gap when it comes to our economic levels. We are not uniformly developed. So because of that, our GDP in OIC member countries is below. It is GDP per capita in OIC as of 2023 is 4,571. And when you compare this one at the global level, it is 13,000. So it means we still lag behind all the other country groupings. So as we talk of being a Muslim majority organization, we still lag behind in a lot of issues. One important of it is our GDP per capita. When we work hard, this one means that we need to improve our economy, and by this we shall also try to improve our GDP per capita, and we shall be growing. But this does not mean that we are not doing anything. We have been developing persistently. As compared to 2021, we increased by 14% to 2023. And if you take using we measure GDP using a PPP, and we also increased by 6.7% over the years. So while looking at also trade, as I mentioned before, we trade amongst ourselves and also with other non-OIC member countries. trade in OAS member countries has been growing. As of 2023, our trade increased as total global merchandise traded or exported. We account for around 10.6% as in OAS member countries, though this one has been a decline from 11.3%. And this decline alone accounted for around 30 billion in OAS member countries, but it wasn't only in OAS member countries, also global there was a decline of 5.1%. So when we also look at service sector and what we export in OAS member countries, though our service sector, those ones we're exporting is growing, we still have a limited growth in limited development in our service exports, because as you can see, we only account for around 630 billion as of 2023, and globally, though we only account for 8.1% of global service exports, our exports, which we only carry in OAS member countries, there are only countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Turkey. So it means most of our countries, we still have a big problem when it comes to exporting our services. We import a lot, and because of this, we can look at this also at intra-OAS. Between OAS member countries, we do trade a lot. So as of 2023, we raised around 453 billion worth of exports within OAS member countries, and this intra-OAS trading in merchandise and services has been growing, and as of 2023, it has reached 19.4%. The major players are Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Turkey. These are the countries and others leading in trading within OAS member countries in both services and also in merchandise. So what does this entail when it comes to looking at, because when you do something in physics, we always say action and reaction are equal, but they go in opposite directions. So when we trade, do we have something at the end? So as we can see here, our trade in merchandise is indicating positive. These blue lines here, they are in positive, and we had a balance of 91 billion as of 2023. Though our trade balances in services is decreasing, it's in negative, but this does not mean that we are not doing well. These negatives, they are ever, from 2021, they had also coming up. As of 2022, we had 44, a negative 44, and now we have a negative 33 as of 2023. So it means we are improving in service sector, though it is still reading negative balances. So what happens in our current account balances? Our current account balance, when we're comparing these two, we have a balance of 5, or we have a balance of 134 as of 2023, and this accounts for 1.5% of our total GDP in OAS member countries. So also, when we look at foreign direct investments flows in OAS member countries, as of 2023, we had 150 billion, and also this accounts for 11.3% of total global FDI inflows. But our stocks, as you can see, when we look at FDI stocks in a global level, we only have 2.4% of this in the world, and it means FDIs in OAS member countries is very low. And without wasting time, let me look at some of the problems we have. We have also inflation in OAS member countries. As you can see, as 57 member countries, we have high rate of inflation, around 17.3%, and this is above all other income country groups. Also, unemployment, we have higher unemployment in OAS member countries as compared to other country groups. We have also, this accounts for 5.7%, and this is highest. As I mentioned before, we have a youthful population. Our youth population, the unemployment rate at youth is around 12.8%, and this is also high when we compare with the world. So it means most of our youth in OAS member countries, they are unemployed. Also, let me mention about the things which are holding us behind. This includes geopolitical tensions. Most of our member countries, they are in war. We have a lot of conflicts, and this derails us from trading and doing most of the economic activities which are to improve our economies. And also persistently high inflations and rising government debt and fiscal tightening. And what we are doing at the moment is that we are encouraging economic interests and build relations between ourselves to trade more, to improve our economic outlook, and also foster collaborations. At OIC level, we have a OIC strategic program of action, and this program has been running from 2016 to 2025, and currently we're also developing another one, which will go from 2025 to 2035, and this is a 10-year program. So, as also OIC member countries, we have main OIC institutions like Islamic Development Bank, the COMSEC, CESRIC. We carry out more activities to make sure that we improve the capacities or finance other activities in our member countries to improve our economy, our economic outlook for our member countries. And without wasting time, this brings us to the end of my presentation. I thank you so much for listening to me. I hope this enlightens you with whatever is happening in OIC member country. I'm sorry we are time lag and we are being listening to a long presentation. I do not want to bother us a lot. Thank you so much.
I'd like to thank Muzammil for his enlightening presentation. And I would like to invite now the Vice President of Jihad Numa, Sain Ayub Balta, to present him with the gift.
is announce and introduce our first speaker, and then when our second speaker, Professor Mohammed Hamoud, comes, I will introduce him as well. So first of all, welcome again, everyone. My name is Sami El-Dagestani. I'm an associate professor in Islamic studies at Lund University in Sweden, and it's my pleasure to chair this keynote panel. So welcome to our first keynote address for today. I'm honored to have next to me two distinguished scholars and economists who will share their insights on an economy for the benefit of humanity. And before I give the floor to the speakers, I will briefly like to introduce them. First with us is Professor Feridun Yilmaz, who graduated from Marmara University in Business Administration, and he's currently a faculty member in the Department of Economics at Bursa Uludağ University. His areas of expertise include the history of economic thought, political economy, philosophy of economics, and institutional economics. He has published many articles and books on the subjects, and one of most recently published books is İktisat Felsefeyi Düşünmek. I hope my Turkish is good enough, which would probably translate into thinking about economics with philosophy. So without further ado, Professor Yilmaz, the floor is yours. I was instructed to give around 20 minutes to each of the speakers, and after that we will engage in an open debate and Q&A session. Professor, tafaddal, the floor is yours. Please a round of applause for Professor Yilmaz.
Thank you very much. I will speak in Turkish, as I said. First of all, welcome all. Hoş geldiniz hepiniz.
Welcome everyone. I think we will have a more philosophical presentation. For that reason, I would like to make my presentation in Turkish. And if you let me, okay, I have 20 minutes. First of all, our topic is economics in favor of humanity. So we are talking about economics discipline, and of course we will talk about the course of events in economics, and also, okay, I have to take the mic, okay. So we talk about in which theoretical context the economics developed. I will talk about that a bit, and then I will also talk about how the current situation of economics discipline, how the mainstream, and there are people who object to these mainstream economics, and also we know that they also talk about in a perspective of a world view. And of course, so for the mainstream and for the heterodox ones are not actually proposing a solution. I also will talk about that and underline that. As you all know, economics, like the other social sciences disciplines, is a product of capitalism, and after industrial revolution, because the high welfare developed, and also a problem of distribution evolved and emerged. So high welfare production processes and also the social structure has a change in its roots, and with crowded cities, of course, the cities started to grow, and we see after industrial revolution, and with these crowded cities, a new class we call as workers emerged after the Industrial Revolution. So we are talking about a story of 250 years. So it's a very actually recent phenomena, we can say, and we have born into this phenomena. And so when this word, which is shaped 250 years ago, now we are talking about the problems of this world we have born into, are now trying to find a solution with the thought which are proposed by this word. And so we know that it will not solve it. But we said that, yes, Industrial Revolution created a high welfare, of course, and this high welfare had a production processes, and the intellectuals who were writing about this production talked also about the distribution of this high welfare and discussed about that, because formerly, before the Industrial Revolution, the societies had an economy which was only for living, you know. There wasn't an important problem about the distribution of the wealth, you know. Of course, there was again the distribution of income problems, but after the Industrial Revolution, of course, with the production processes, this distribution problem emerged, and they had to think about that and how it should be divided equally to the people. And then the economics developed and economics people mostly like to find the definitions rules in the antique Greece, but I don't think so, because economics is a very modern discipline, like sociology, like politics, like all social sciences, I would like to say. So they don't have a long history, actually. So the discipline emerged in the junction of the era after Industrial Revolution. So who produced, you have to ask about the question, who produced this high welfare? And so who produces it? Of course, if we can answer that right, then you also talk about how you can distribute it in a legitimate way, with a socially accepted way, and you have to find the solution about that and discuss this. And so for that reason, the first century of economics is called as political economy. It starts with Adam Smith in 1777, and until 1870s it was called as political economy. And if you pay attention, during political economy era, it was also, actually we can say, economics theory. The discussion of economics theory focused on the distribution of this welfare of wealth, because for the first time in the humanities history they managed to produce more than they need, and the intellectuals need to find an answer to the distribution question, of course, and it was widely discussed. If economics is a social science, and 100 years ago, before economics, natural sciences emerged, as you know. So in a simultaneous way with these technological developments, with some small steps, of course, and the natural sciences also emerged within philosophy, but then these natural sciences, which simultaneously and not a result of their efforts, of course, they have a science history debate here, and then okay, I feel the echo of my voice, but sorry about that. Okay, so in the natural sciences, they actually have a high prestige in the societal hierarchy, actually, not only the carrier of the solutions to their problems, but also the managing the life with science, they said. And with the 18th century, with the Enlightenment period, they also start to discuss about how to manage society. And then the social sciences accepted this as a duty of themselves. So then the other disciplines emerged within social sciences. So in this junction, of course, the economics people, like the other social sciences and more than them, started to make this discipline as a science. So we also they think that we emerge in the center of philosophy, and you have to be a science discipline. So in order to make it a science, we are talking about mainstream economics here. So you have to make it in the most positivist way, so that you can raise its voice as a science. So contemporary economics who won Nobel, for example, none of them have a look to the neighbor disciplines, for example, to sociology, to psychology, to political sciences. Because they don't have it, actually, they don't have a relation to the philosophy too. Yes, they sometimes think about ethics a bit, but to make it a hard science, they think that it damages the effort for making it a hard science. So I would like to give an anecdote. I don't know the number, but maybe there are 15 economics men who won Nobel, and in the Netherlands, economics man published a book of interviews with these Nobel-winning economics men. You know, he talked about asymmetric inflation, American economics man. And he asked a question to these men, and I knew that thanks to your sociological attention, you actually created a rich contribution to economics. What is the foundation of this knowledge? And Akerlof was surprised about that, and he says that I don't have any sociology attention. I just got a lesson from Robert Merton's book in Harvard, in Introduction to Sociology 101, and then I call it as a waste of time, and many economics see it as a waste of time. And all mainstream economics people actually draw a very strict boundary for the discipline. So in terms of sociological context, they still want to add extra prestigious perception to them. And then, of course, Nobel Awards actually was introduced, as you know, with a huge donation. The U.S. American Economic Association donated a huge amount of money to the Sweden Academy, and then they started to give Nobel Awards. And because they are giving Nobel Awards to the natural sciences, and though economics see itself as a unique science, and the other social sciences like sociology, political sciences, they asked about why we don't get a Nobel. And they said that, okay, they got a Nobel in literature. You are making literature, but we are making science, they say. So when you set out for the road to be a science in the political economy era of the first century of economics, Adam Smith, Ricardo, they matured it, and Adam Smith has the first perception, and then Ricardo started a discussion about value and labor. And this labor value theory, of course, you are building a science here, and science has to give you something measurable and objective and universal validity. It has to give you a theory like that. And of course, and so you start for a small formation, and then you expand it, as you know, so that you can find some metrics to measure it. So why we don't have something like that in economics? They ask this question. So we see price to, then we have to talk about value and labor theory. So for the first 50 or 60 years of economics after Adam Smith actually dominated the discussion in economics. And then this labor value theory, it has a scientific attention to it. It drew a nice scientific attention, but it also has some weaknesses, and Marx is also aware of these weaknesses in this theory, but they couldn't solve it, of course. But this is the first thing. They start to establish a scientific background. So there's a high welfare here. It is the first time in the history of humanity. So you have to explain it in a scientific foundation, and then you have to find a legitimate way of distributing it. So labor gets the wage and the capital get the profit. And so you also call it as a gain, but there are also some labor and value theory, because it couldn't describe all of these problems with the relations of the society. There are new discussions emerged in this point, because we cannot show a consistent explanation about these discussions in economics in those times, and more analytic mindsets emerged. The discussion about benefit and value theory. We call it as fayda değer in Turkish. And so we can explain price. It is, in a mathematical sense, it's very consistent, but in terms of it is established in a humanistic context. So they established this theory, and then it has a mathematically consistent explanation, so it makes you to jump to a higher class, but it also creates a very high social tension, and as a discourse it puts it to the rubbish bin, to the history, and then they start to discuss an economic order which doesn't have a problem about distribution in the capitalist system. They claim that in capitalist system there isn't an problem of distribution of the wealth. So this mainstream economy has a highly consistent explanation in mathematical way, but in the current situation of the system, there isn't a problem. In its nature, it doesn't have a problem, they say. So you can say how it is possible. Capitalism creates inequalities and unfair practices, how they can explain it as a system which functions without any problem. And neoclassical economics talking about it like that. And we call it also mainstream economy. But they say that simply, actually, yes, there is a economics play here. We have agencies playing their role, and everyone gets their benefits according to their own role they play. So in the first century of political economy, the distribution discussion was in the focus of theoretical context. I think there are a lot of people here in economics, I think now, here in this hall, and in microeconomics books, in the last chapters of these books are always discussed about that. It's just a technical discussion. And so everyone gets their gain in terms of their contributions. So it is actually coming out of the nature of the system. So it is a very liberal narrative we are talking about. So when we carry it to the 20th century, it also gives you another possibility, of course, after the marginalist revolution. Yes, it is consistent in terms of math context, but it also overcomes all the barriers about this mathematical language. It explains it with a mathematical language. So, and in 1940s and 1950s, after 1950s, we see that economics is more and more gets closer to the maths, and it creates actually an envy, because they know that the science language comes out of maths, and so when you make it more and more related with maths, they think that it isn't possible to discuss it as a science. So without further ado, then we even discuss about Keynes or the economics narrative, which is liberal in its nature. We see they continue. Keynes is the lord of liberalism. You all know. With Keynes, the interruption of the state to the liberal economy is more and more legitimized, and they open the door for the state economic. So it is actually again very widespread in mainstream economy, but with the dominancy of liberal narrative, the dosage of the state's interruption to the economy actually necessitates itself here. So because my time is 20 minutes, I have to keep it short. So I am actually, they tried to call them as original economics person. And then after this new economics emerged, institutional economics was discussed, and they started to discuss it with their rivals. And these discussions comes from Veblen. And I was also in this discussion. We are in Turkey, we are born into this time, and I am one of the Muslims in these times, and for the functioning of this order, I see a narrative which isn't responding to my heart, to my feeling, and these words do not respond to my needs. And there are narratives these words tells me, and there's a story also in the economics, and they say that this system functions with very cheap maths formula. It functions well, they say, but we see that this discipline, how this discipline emerged, in which conditions, in which philosophical existence it emerged. I had to understand it, and I also have to stay in the discipline. So what is the road to solve it? But it was not so popular in my time. But heterodoxy economic schools I encountered then, I encountered Veblen tradition. And institutional economics claim was that in the, yes, Cartesianism is the foundation of this first tradition of economics, and it is a product of pragmatism of U.S. philosophy. And for the first half of 20th century, it was perceived as a rough capitalism. And Charles Peirce and William James and John Dewey also told that they are actually having a fight with this Cartesian fight. They were also Cartesian discussion. They were also influenced by Hegel. Then the distinction between theory and practice should be revealed, they say. And after Keynesian discussions, people started to discuss it more. So the human is a social human is the one which has the social, economic, and philosophical existence, they say. But these heterodox economic schools were actually setting the boundaries for mainstream economics, and they provide you the opportunity to see it in the philosophical context. But these heterodox economic schools are also talking from the window of a specific word. So language is our way to open ourselves to the world. So in social science, the language of these social sciences, the mainstream ones and heterodox ones, are actually giving us the opening of a different world, which has a different existence. When compared with us, we have a different existence from them. So, which word they are voicing their thoughts actually, and what is their existence, and how my existence reflects into these words. What is the road to understand? And so I had to understand the objections to these schools. Then I had an insight about that. It was not an autobiography now, but of course I even knew that even these people who object to this word view are also talking within this word view. So I would like to say that even the mainstream, because they have a pure Cartesian thought, which is very concrete and in a maths context, and it is a positivism. It's like an actionist maths, and it emerged like that in our country and in the world, and they have a shining theory about that. But some of them who are objecting that they sometimes get their basis from ethics or culture or historical or philosophical background, but the place they voice their thoughts is the humanism, actually. It is not about we see in Turkish as a humanism, but a philosophical existence. Actually, how the Western existence, whatever discipline they are under, they all voice humanism, actually. Humanism is in the root of this, all of these worldview. And it is something, of course, emerged after Renaissance, as you know. It's not a style that I refer to as something emerged after Renaissance. It's about just a global context part in whatever discipline you talk. It is a shape of opening shape of this thing to the world. So if we try to understand which voices we see in this world, we hear their voices, but we still have to keep in mind that they are still talking in this world. So what is our effort means in this discussion? So in Islam economics, we object to the homo economics and we reject interest, yes. But our counterpart, talking from their own words, they say that you do not give me an original thought. I also have moral economy. Why do I need yours? Because you also you will also have an extra recommendation which will negatively influence my economics. I also have some search or pursuits for moral concerns, but it's not original to me, they say. So, okay, for the efforts, is it in vain? No, of course, I do not talk about that, because for a discipline of Islam economics, for example, when you stay in a discipline, your criticism will stay also in the word of this discipline. So if you think about, we also have to make ourselves think to the word they are speaking to more. So it is actually, I am talking a bit maybe with the terminology of the Western European philosophical context, but that's all. I think we also have to need to talk about the boundaries of, to go over the boundaries of this word. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Yilmaz, for your insight and your presentation. We have a few minutes before I introduce our second guest and second speaker. And allow me just to ask, it's a comment / question before we open up the floor as well. Now, you've discussed the foundations of economics as being rooted in philosophical structure or philosophical origins. And in light of this, and this probably pertains not only to Adam Smith, who I think was a moral philosopher by training, not necessarily an economist, and this would probably entail the fact that, you know, his book, The Moral Sentiments, has to be read then in tandem with his book, The Wealth of Nations, for instance, right? He was concerned deeply also about moral and ethical questions, not only about production. And then this goes back to the ancient Greece and Plato and Aristotle and so forth, the very notion of oikos as something that pertains to household, but also beyond household. Now, in light of this, and this is admittedly a very simple yet very broad question, how would you ideally define economics? Because I'm asking, and this is something I alluded in my own presentation on decolonization, I think we're always in a need to reclaim or to redefine concepts and terms that are explaining the world. And they're not necessarily of our own making, so to speak. It's something that has been either predefined and then redefined or readopted, right? So how would you ideally define economics in the context of the philosophical foundations of economic science that really goes beyond, as you mentioned, mathematics, jurisprudence, the technical aspect of it, right? And this obviously pertains to the fact that, in essence, the economic questions are ethical or moral in nature.
Thank you. Haliyle çok büyük belirttiği gibi.
Of course, this is a very, very broad question, and the answer has to be broad. Yes, it's a broad question, and it doesn't have a clear-cut answer. It is an answer that we can give to this question that reflects our perspective of the world. And of course, I was not criticizing the mathematics in the mainstream economics, because when we go back to the real core or foundation of the question, Adam Smith's theory of moral sentiments and wealth of nations, when you compare them, it puts forward the sympathy. Maybe a more moral world is included there. The problem of Adam Smith, for example, first in German and then in English, there's always this discussion all around it. And ethics of economics, you probably know this writings from a conference, actually, not a book or anything like that, but moral sentiments, from moral sentiments, there's a wane coming to our world, of today's world, and also the wealth of nations has a wane that comes to our world, to our time. But I am usually questioning the basics, the foundation, and I think we should move forward to questioning the foundations. It is not easy to put into words, and when we need labels, humanism as a philosophical concept, and I think we need to use these terms if we want to talk about a clear definition or clear terms. And the humanism that is shaped under philosophy or under psychology, normally in core they don't have a difference. So each of them is actually looking into the behaviors of people, and when you look at it holistically, so it actually gives us an idea that we can understand humans better when we have a holistic view of all these areas. There's a general conception that we understand humanity better because it gives us a knowledge, something to know about humanity in general. But of course, when we look at our world and our time and the Muslims that live in this world and this time, within the boundaries of economics or within the boundaries of sociology, whenever you stay in these boundaries, you kind of try to hold some space in these discussions within the boundaries of these areas. So the description or definition of human existence, when you are doing this definition, when you are saying that this person or this human is completely related to ethics or is covered in ethics, for example, if you are talking on the basis of ethics, if you are talking about Muslim behavior or Muslim-like behavior, when you want to voice this, a non-Muslim person, if they are talking about the same basis of ethics, you will go separate ways in the first stop. There is no common ground for you there because the style of existence for each of you kind of separates you there. So what about economics there? Of course, I don't have a clear-cut definition, but the late poet Sezai Karakoç talks about the economical structure of the Islamic society in the beginning of the 70s. It will be a little bit of a poetic answer, so it won't be a definition per se, but in the Islamic society or Islamic economy, let's say. I'm not remembering it correctly probably, but even a stone on the road, just a pebble on the road, even that pebble has a right within the Islamic economics. So, of course, the space that it holds within the capitalistic world and the additional problems that are brought by this, and the wealthy Muslims, the accumulated wealth, where they will use them. There is no practical answer to that. I know that, I am aware of that, but the answer we can only find by thinking about the foundation. So even the pebble on the side of the road has a right. So what does this right mean? What does this actually mean? This could be a little bit too poetic. Yeah, it is not within the boundaries of definition, but you maybe heard about the interest rate definition. It is popular. Two people, two friends are trying to find some shade in a very hot day, and Imam Azam says that we will be sitting under the sun and we will rest here. And the friend asks why. Because he says we have to sit here. If we sit over there, we will use the shadow of the house of a person that I'm indebted to. So if I use his shadow, then I will be, using the interest rate. So that's why we have to sit over here. So what I'm trying to say is that whatever philosophical basis we have for creating our thoughts, the basis of humanism, we will continue to bring more ammunition to that area, whatever we do. That's the only one I know.
Thank you, Professor Yilmaz. I do have a follow-up question, but before I pose one, any comments, thoughts, or questions from the audience? Please, the floor is open. Any questions? Maybe when the audience is still thinking about a theoretical question. Speaking of challenges, and this is something that I'm trying to sort of say to my own students as well, what happens when you not necessarily remove, but replace names, theorists, scholars, for instance, Smith, Ricardo, or even Marx, or even the Chicago School, with scholars such as Al-Ghazali, or Isfahani, or Ibn Khaldun? How does our own understanding of economics change when we challenge the prevalent, common Western perceptions and also canon in economic literature? And this obviously does not go only for economics, it's also every other field, including philosophy, sociology, ethics, and so on and so forth. So again, because I do believe that economic teachings in essence are much broader than only technical or jurisprudential in nature. Maybe if you can just provide a brief answer before we move forward.
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
So if we were to replace these names with the names of ours, let's say, the political scientists of the 20th century, for example, I don't know if that's the correct definition, but when they are talking about the dynamism of politics and maybe some relations with the Nazis were kind of being voiced, and this name was towards the end of the 1990s, even the leftists in Europe, when they switched to liberalism, Carl Schmitt was the person they went to, because even if he had a completely different perspective from the continental Europe's leftists, he knew that he would be having the power of attack power, let's say, in a depth that continental Europe leftists wouldn't reach. So parliamentary democracy crisis, the nature of politics, etc. And Politic Romanticism, for example, is a book that I want to read in Turkish, but it's not translated yet. He has a separation of the, friend and enemy definitions. If we go back to the question, when we change or switch these names, Adam Smith, Marx, Ricardo, or coming towards the 20th century, the School of Chicago names, if we were to replace them with ours, what would change? There is a historical difference. We have to put this into words. Of course, the nature of economics in terms of the discipline that we are in. It also goes for sociology. So when you go on a journey to understand the nature of these disciplines, you talk about some theories, and there is an accumulation of knowledge that is usually in a textbook, and this is like an encyclopedical conveyance of this information. So I'm not talking about that. You use your language to open to the world in your own style, and you follow that. We have to follow that. I think we need to understand the difference of these acts, because you cannot just change a definition and broaden your world. For example, they say homo economics or something like that, and maybe you can put forward homo islamicus, but it's not the same thing. I mean, it doesn't give you anything if you give something with the same definition or different name and same definition. It doesn't matter. So it doesn't go out of humanism or liberalism just when you change the name. But when you think about the nature of things, we are living in a different time compared to Ghazali or Ibn Khaldun, for example. We are living in different times. There is a technological improvement, and there are a lot of advancements that led to increase in welfare, and even our biological bodies are kind of being transformed, and with a radical change, radical speed. And there are some explanations aimed at this radical change. And these explanations, when you look at the pessimistic ones, or the deeper thinkers, they feel like they are on the edge of a cliff. You see the discussions around transhumanism, for example, the nature of humans is in a transformation process. It is always being uttered, There are people who are taking this on a dystopic level, and some people think about how we can turn this reality into a more positive or livable world. But I think we have to bring another offer to the world from the foundation up. For example, the reason and the resolve of your problems, of the challenges, is in Islam, is in Falah. We have to say this. Nietzsche, for example, within the Western philosophy, it could be a chapter. Within the Western philosophy framework, Anglo-Saxon or analytical thinking tradition, and they wouldn't include Nietzsche, for example. And even if they were to include him, there is no analytical consistency. It's more literature, and it's a dark man, he's a dark man, etc. And for other people, they would be talking about, their relations with the Nazis, etc. What does Nietzsche talk about, and what does Heidegger talk about, and why are their words are so important, so effective in their world. You might say that you are talking outside of the boundaries of economics. That is what I'm trying to say. Yes, you might be outside of the economics, but you cannot never go outside of humanism. As I'm a little bit more interested in the philosophy of things, I am my words and my language is more reflective of that. But I think we need this. We have the wealthy, they have the capital, for example, and there's a economic and political competition going on, and it's growing. And as Muslims, we want to take our space in there. And this practical solution offers, if we don't separate how it feeds the Western philosophy, then we cannot get out of it.
And we're slightly running over time. Dr. Mohammed Hamour, who is an academic economist as well as practitioner of participation finance. Dr. Hamoud has served as member of the economics faculty of Columbia University and of the visiting faculty of Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the US, also as a director of research at the Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique in France, and an economics professor at Ibn Khaldun University in Turkey. He currently oversees the course series on comparative ethics, politics, and economics at Usul Academy. Dr. Hamour holds a BA in philosophy and MS in industrial engineering from Stanford University and a PhD in economics from MIT. And indeed, yeah, thank you. So please give a warm welcome to Professor Hamoud. The floor is yours. I give you around 20 minutes maximum. We're slightly over time, so we have some time for Q&A as well. Thank you so much.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. It's interesting that the one example of stark difference that's typically mentioned and has been mentioned today between the perspective of Islam on economics and the modern perspective is the issue of interest. So it's got to be that the question of finance has a degree of centrality in the domain of economics and gives rise to an important set of considerations relating to justice and ethics. And that's what I would like to focus on. I can see that I hope, let me just check the presentation, sorry. Yeah, I think it's fine. So my discussion relates to this, and I'd like to start with the modern perspective on what I will end up discussing as finance. Modernity emerged as a worldview, as an outcome of a traumatic history of religious experience and strife, and emerged in a way that this trauma led the modern mind to try to set aside the vertical dimension, the transcendent dimension, to become a private matter, so as not to raise more of the traumatic issues. And therefore, developed as a worldview unencumbered by considerations of transcendent justice and responsibility. So if you look at my representation of relations of the modern individual with humanity, with nature, and with respect to transcendence, this third aspect is essentially pruned out of the worldview. And the relation then with respect to nature and humanity becomes one of power and exploitation unencumbered with transcendent principle. It doesn't mean that the vocabulary, the language of ethics is not used, but it is referring to a very different, non-transcendent, either immanent or individualistic dimension, or a more of a prudential arrangement in society. Now, this idea of power and exploitation applied both to nature and to humanity is often represented in our minds in the form of, or in the concept of the Industrial Revolution, the technological revolution, that of course gives power over others and over nature, whether it's military power or the power to produce and so on. But the reality is this outward technical revolution has an inward social dimension, which is a financial revolution. It is not as visible, but it is as crucial, and people have spoken about two revolutions of modernity, or a twin modern revolution of technology and finance. And I think it's the importance and power of this other dimension that I'd like to speak about. And in some sense, I think it's helpful to think of an equation representing each of these revolutions. The equation that's very popular in terms of technology is Einstein's equivalence of mass and energy. And that equivalence has something to do with the transformation of one into the other, and actually methods of transformation that we have as modern societies implemented. And it applies obviously to nature. So energy is a means of affecting change in the material world, in nature. Mass is a source that can be transformed into energy and affect change. And the core instrument that modernity has developed, from the steam engine to the electricity that powers artificial intelligence today, is effectively fossil fuel combustion. That's the core instrument, and we're trying to find alternatives to it, but that is really what modern technology is driven in terms of instrument. Now, the financial equivalent equation, and you might be puzzled by why I'm saying this, is the present value equation. The equivalent of mass is assets. It's a bundle of rights, social rights, and responsibilities. And you want to transform these assets into something that in society can affect change. And that is actually money. Money is what buys you things. And so, therefore, the transformation of assets into money, which is what finance is about, is equivalent in the social domain to the transformation of mass into energy in the natural domain. And the instrument that the modern financial revolution has developed to transform assets into money is debt. In the same way as fossil fuel combustion has been the interest to transform mass into energy. So debt is has been a central invention, if you will. Of course, the debt itself not, but the use of debt in extensive financial institutional development has been the central invention of modern money and finance, and has had a very essential and important aspect. Now, when we speak about sustainability in the natural world, we speak about, can fossil fuel combustion be sustainable? We speak also whether the levels of debt that we have reached as societies are sustainable. The Islamic perspective goes beyond the question of prudential sustainability and speaks more critically about justice and responsibility. And in particular, applies them to the financial system. And that is the dimension. And we're speaking transcendent justice, not arrangements, and I'll come to this. And that is the dimension that the Islamic perspective can bring back to this unencumbered modern worldview. Now, if you think of the development since, you can call it the late 17th century until today, of the financial institutions, modern financial institutions, you can think of them as having a central purpose of continuously expanding debt capacity. I've put two columns just to take you through some of the key developments that we're all familiar with. Indirect columns that are framework for developing debt capacity, and direct developments directly affecting the issuance and origination of debt. Now, of course, as a prior to all of these development, there was 2 centuries of development transforming lending from the way the Islamic perspective would look at it into a commercial transaction, and that is the legalization of interest. Following that, and I'll come back to this more specifically, was the removal of the constraint of money, which was specie money, in terms of expanding debt. It's great that you're expanding techniques of debt and the legal framework for debt, but if the stock of money is just this amount of gold and silver that you have, this expansion is going to face major price adjustments before taking place. So the modern institution of modern debt-based money, meaning if you have more debt, you issue more money automatically, was introduced. And as money is the point of that transformation, this has become the central pole around which the entire edifice has been built. And then once you have this expansion of debt with interest, you've had major consequences that needed to be contained in terms of the liabilities, the obligations that people were incurring as they expanded debt. And you quickly, or in parallel, had the development of the concept of limited liability entities, and then the emergence of bankruptcy.
Ve buradaki tabii iflas bir dönemden daha fazla aslında, hatta yol kazaları yerine daha büyük başarısızlıklara yol açtı. Ve tabii ki bu fiskal boyutu bu durumun aynı zamanda bazen de özellikle faizin çıkarılamaması yani söz konusu oldu. Yani burada aslında herhangi bir sonuç, herhangi bir gerekçe yok, bir mantığı yok aslında. Bu kapasiteyi genişletmek aslında bir şekilde doğal, işte finansın doğal bir yolu diye görülüyor. Yani borç yani düşürülmesi. Tabii doğrudan bazı gelişmeler var tabii ki sonuçta, işte faizin yasallaştırılması, modern borç paranın olması, işte küçük limited şirketlerin ortaya çıkması, iflas kanunu, işte faizin düşürülebilmesi gibi şeyler var ama bunlara çok da girmeyeceğim. Yani faizin düşürülebilirliği, ama şuna bakalım. Modern para aslında tüm aslında bu bölgenin tüm finansın inşa edildiği odak şu: modern para. Para tek başına sadece bir kolaylaştırıcı değil, bir araç değil. Çünkü aslında bir doğal, işte bir barter alımından, işte bir doğal ortaya çıkan doğal bir enstrüman değil sadece. Modern para aynı zamanda yapay olarak tasarlanmış bir sistem ve siyasi olarak motivasyonu olan bir yapı. Dolayısıyla tarihine baktığımızda aslında tamamen böyle ortaya çıkan doğal bir şey değil, aciliyetten ortaya çıkan bir şey değil. İkincisi, modern para aslında bir siyasi yapı ve aynı zamanda bu nedenle de politik ekonomide önemli bir rolü var. İşte gücün dağıtılması, bazı bozukluklara sebebiyet vermesi vesaire. Tabii ki bunu asla bu aracı reddedemeyiz. Özellikle işlem yapılabilmesi, işte bunların akışkan olabilmesi bakımından da önemli. Nihayetinde modern para aynı zamanda kaçınılmaz bir şey. Çünkü para nihayetinde bir network etkisi de yaratıyor ve sonuçta ben kendi paramı yaratamam, icat edemem. Çünkü paranın toplumun kabul ettiği bir şey olması gerekiyor. Dolayısıyla bir İslami finanstan, İslami perspektiften, disiplinden bahsettiğimizde finansa bakış açısıyla ilgili biz maalesef modern parayla sınırlanmış durumdayız ve dolayısıyla modern paranın aslında çıktıları da etkileyeceği görülecek. Yani dolayısıyla bu çıktıları kabul etmekten başka seçeneğimiz yok. Bu yüzden bu İslami perspektife katkı konusunda düşünen kişiler finans bakımından şunu biliyorlar. Biz maalesef bir kafes içerisindeyiz ve bunun sınırları içerisindeyiz. Dolayısıyla bu çıktıları geliştirmek ve belli bozuklukları azaltmak istiyorsak bu kafes içerisinde maalesef ki bu genel özellikler, bu bozucu özelliklerin genel şeyleri maalesef bizim görmemiz gereken şeyler ve dolayısıyla sorumlu olan kişiler, yani bu durumdan sorumlu olan kişiler, İslam dünyasında finansın geleceğini düşünenler gerçekten bu sınırın farkındalar ve dolayısıyla alternatifler neler olabilir? Buna dair daha fazla düşünmek gerekiyor. Peki modern para nedir? Kısaca ondan da bahsedelim hızlıca. Modern para aslında oldukça hiyerarşik bir sistemdir ve dolayısıyla uluslararası bir sistemdir. Aynı zamanda baskın bir sistemdir, dominant bir sistemdir ve bunu anlamanın en iyi yolu da şudur aslında. Yani borç genişletmenin çözümüdür, öyle diye söyleniyor ve aynı zamanda nasıl verildiğine de bakmamız gerekiyor bu paranın. Yani dolayısıyla şunu biliyorsunuzdur belki. Bunları iki defa aynı şeyi söylemiş olmayayım ama bu noktada burada tarihe baktığımızda tarih
but suffice it to say, because I want to touch on it, is that modern money is hierarchical. It has maratib, we would call them. Every martaba is with respect to the one below it is a debt relationship, and with respect with respect to the one above it is a debt relationship, and with respect to the one below it is a monetary instrument, and it culminates in the dollar system, in the US dollar system, so it has an international dominance dimension. The second thing to understand is not only does modern money enable the dominance of debt finance, but this is an ongoing process. This is not something that happened in the 19th century and we're done with it. These graphs show you the expansion of debt, both public and private, as a percentage of GDP in the post-World War II era. If you look at what's called advanced economies, debt as a percentage of GDP has tripled, and emerging markets probably multiplied by 20 times in the post-war era. So this is an ongoing process of institutional development, not a finished process. Now, to come back to the genesis of modern money, I think many of you would know the role of the creation of the initially private Bank of England had to do with this invention in 1694. And 3 minutes? Okay. I'll take a little bit longer and go very quickly. So I'm going to skim through the material. So essentially, the Bank of England was created to solve the problem of expanding the debt capacity of the British government in its war with France. And essentially, it was created in a way that
the Bank of England would issue an instrument, which is an IOU, like a current account today. It's a note, lend it to the government, and the government would use it to pay people, its service providers in the war, and then would accept it in the payment of taxes. And that was the invention, and that's what developed. Now, this graph shows you the expansion of public debt in the UK, which started to be funded in particular in this way, in conjunction with wars. So each bar here is one of the wars of the 18th century, and you can see that this was essentially a problem of military power initially, and only later became one of consumption and economic development. And as a problem of military power, it was irresistible for the Islamic world not to adopt it. Again, there are statistics here, but essentially
diyor. Ve şöyle görüyoruz, aslında fiskal geliri görülüyor. Ve
against future revenues would essentially have 80 times the ability to wage war compared to the Chinese or Ottomans at the time. And the only way to counter that at the time was a tanzimat form of adopting, in particular for the Ottomans, creating, for example, the Imperial Ottoman Bank, borrowing in the public markets, and yes, going bankrupt as a result of refinancing the debt. So it is a power system at the end, and that's how it expanded. Only later did commercial adoption in parallel, but later follow in terms of financing production and then financing consumption. What is very important to keep in mind is that as the banking system competes for borrowers, the profits from the franchise of issuing money for free moves by competition to the borrowers, and therefore leads to a system where debt is subsidized. And this is what economists know as the equity risk premium puzzle. Effectively, debt versus equity is a big distortion where borrowing costs about 5% less than risk-sharing investment. And that is a structural advantage of debt finance due to the money that we have. And this is why you will look at capital markets, in particular banking markets, and the amount of debt in the system is multiple times that of equity due to this distortion. So, and then finally, modern money, as soon as you remove it from its gold standard, becomes subject to expropriation, inflationary expropriation. Now, I am going to take a few more minutes, Dr. Sami, otherwise the discussion will not be led. What is the Islamic perspective on this? 2 slides, so I'm not abusing the time. The first one is that the expansion, I would call it irresponsible expansion of debt in society, mirrors the abandonment of transcendent responsibility. So Dain mirrors Deen, and it is not a coincidence that the two are semantically related. Deen is an obligation to the creator, to transcendent principle. So Deen is an obligation to the Dayan, as we say. Dain is an obligation in the Medina to society. And this obligation relates the creditor and the debtor. The creditor obligee, as the lawyers say, and the debtor as obligor. And both of them, as you expand that capacity, experience moral failure. The famous saying in the tradition is, ad-daynu shaynu din. Debt is the blemish of religion. because of the moral responsibility beyond capacity that is carried. Now, we're very much aware of the riba dimension of on the creditor side. You know, normally the creditor either acts with justice, let me have my principal, or with forbearance in case the obligor is unable to pay. But now we've invented an opposite reaction of exploitation, or riba, meaning asking more than what you're owed. And that is an abhorrent dimension, moral dimension. But equally, in terms of the debtor, the Islamic principles really are extremely rigorous in terms of laxity of entering debt obligations. You know, توسع بالدين من دون ضرورة is considered a morally lax and dangerous practice. So on both sides, you have a moral problem. So I would like to simply end with an Islamic analysis of this system, this cage in which we are. I just touched on the first two, moral erosion from excessive debt or lax indebtedness, and then exploitation of financial distress in terms of riba. This is where most of Islamic finance works. It's the exploitation of financial distress, less so in terms of توسع بالدين, in terms of the debtors. But even there, I think we have a problem in Islamic finance in terms of qalb al-dain, refinancing, because that is not a documented, that is a facts and circumstances situation. But this is where Islamic finance has tried to remove some of the corruptive effects of a debt-based system. But the system doesn't stop at these very important moral dimensions. We know that when you have a lot of indebtedness, you have financial fragility at the individual and at the macro level. This is the source of economic instability. We know that you have inflationary expropriation. I don't need to mention the Islamic countries today that are running hyperinflations, from Pakistan to Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, Turkey, and so on, you name them. The fifth corruptive effect is entrenched wealth inequality. Because, you know, if debt is subsidized and a debt goes to people who have collateral and future income, it's not going, the subsidy is not going to the needy, it's going to those who already have. So this is a system that entrenches inequality. And finally, I mentioned to you the system that dominated ultimately internationally by the US dollar. It's a system of international dominance as well. Now, of course, I would say Islamic finance has worked within this to alleviate some of its inner moral failures, but I think the system itself is very difficult to break out of. And I think it is an obligation, a fard kifaya, on the Islamic community to start thinking of strategies. These are not techniques. Strategies to try to break out of this system. And there are very, very good and promising avenues which 20 minutes doesn't allow me time to touch on. But I don't want to leave you with any thoughts of desperation, but hope.
Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Sam.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Thank you so much, Dr. Hamour, for your very insightful presentation. I do have an array of questions. Before I manage to pose one, I do want to give the floor to the audience. And I apologize again for being over time. We're cutting into the break, but nonetheless, I think we can wrap up in a matter of a few minutes if we're diligent. So please, the floor is open to comments, questions for Dr. Hamour. Yes, the question in the third row. from the bottom.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your talk. So I have like a two-part question. So how did, I'm wondering, how did the colonial era in some Islamic countries speed up the adoption of the global economic system? How did it affect their economic systems that we can even eventually see right now, influencing their major economic policies? And how can we deal with these economic policies now? Okay, we're in this situation now with the global capitalist economies. How these countries can try to a little switch from, for instance, export orientation policies to more of trying to switch to an inner markets policies maybe? How these countries should actually direct their policies into. Thank you.
Yeah, your reference to the colonial era, I think, is very relevant because, you know, colonialism, and it is not a coincidence that the inventor of the Bank of England became the biggest empire within a century around the world. It is not even a coincidence that the prior economy, which is the Dutch economy, that was essentially copied and enhanced on by the English, actually was invited to invade England in order to get the Dutch model working in England, was in a country with 1.5 million people colonizing with colonies and violently acquired, you know, merchant domination from Indonesia to Brazil to Manhattan to African colonies and so on. I mean, these methods of finance are extremely powerful. They're as powerful as our more usual thinking of explosives and guns and so on. And it's the combination of those two that have allowed the colonial expansion. So on the receiving end, you had two choices. You either did not adopt the new system and you got colonized and it was imposed on you in a way that was very distorted and self-serving, or you did a Tanzimat type reform to mimic the new system. And it's interesting, I mean, the Imperial Ottoman Bank was a French-British bank acting as a central bank for the Ottoman Empire and issuing its currency, because the technique of that, and then the Ottoman state was borrowing in the European bond market. So you can see that to wage war, and that was the main reason. I mean, you could also think of infrastructure, which was very important logistically, even to wage war, railroads and the like, but it was essentially a power play. We think of finance as, you know, moving consumption from tomorrow to today. That was not, this is a very, very late application in the credit card of finance. This was a military complement of military power until today. So it's very important. How to get out of it is a long story. I don't think with the time pressure we can touch on that.
Hello, Mr. Hammer. I have a question for you. You know, there is a theory, of course you know, but maybe our listeners don't know. After First World War, the Muslim countries got petrol and get a lot of money, a lot of profit. So the England want to take this money to the system, and so they founded the Islamic financial system. Is it right? The Islamic financial system founded by Britain, or really the Muslims need this system and they found this? Thank you.
Well, I would say that today, if you are a business person and don't want to take debt. I mentioned debt is subsidized in this monetary system, and you don't have a choice of, let's use our own gold as a currency today. It's not, given where things are. If you are a Muslim business entrepreneur and want to avoid debt, often you cannot do more than a falafel shop because you will not be competitive. Your competitor is expanding, has the scale of debt and has the cheapness of debt. And unless you happen to be lucky and just have money that doesn't require return, you're not going to expand. And this is even more important between states and in terms of military power. If you cannot respond to an emergency with borrowing today, and borrowing is subsidized again, you lose. You lose in the emergency. So I think the system that is debt-based essentially creates losers and winners depending on whether they adopt it or not. So I don't know that it's only imposed. Of course, the system is distorted and dominant and therefore imposed, but people are, so to speak, voluntarily adopting the system because otherwise they're even weaker than this. So it is a major conundrum. I think turning the system into Islamic is making it more palatable in a good way because it addresses some of the abhorrent practices of riba inside the system, but in no way really makes it Islamic in all its dimensions. We saw all the corruptive effects that we cannot avoid. So it is a system waiting for reform from an Islamic point of view, even though some of the corruptive practices have been corrected. So it is a real conundrum. We are in a cage, and we have to think really hard what to do about that.
Thank you so much, Professor Hammour. Given that we're deep into the coffee break, please another round of applause for Dr. Yilmaz and Dr. Hammour. And we all thank you so much to both. We do have gifts for our speakers.
Bir hediye de takdimimiz olacak. Hediyelerini takdim etmek üzere Genel Başkan Yardımcımız Zeki İmamoğlu Bey'i sahneye davet ediyoruz. Dinleyicilerimize de çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
on the findings of the report, Philanthropy in Turkey. Thank you very much. Bismillah and Assalamu alaikum.
Participants are the Turkish-speaking people. I'm advised to address my speech in Turkish. That's why, like, if you need translator, you can have your microphones or your headphones there. And I will conduct my speech in Turkish if you allow me. Değerli katılımcılar, hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
Distinguished participants, welcome. I would like to thank the organizers and the Cihannuma Association for putting together this event and for giving me the opportunity to share the findings in our report. In this session, we will be sharing the findings of a research report titled Philanthropy in Turkey, which we conducted in recent months. This research was conducted by Kızılay Academy, the research department of the Red Crescent, and the Indiana University, the Muslim Philanthropy Initiative. And we are sharing the findings of our research in various platforms all around the world to build a discussion platform. In the background, we will be talking about the concept of philanthropy, which we use to mean different things in Turkish life, like the love of mankind, voluntary action for public good, or voluntarily spending your time and energy for public good. And Muhibbi İnsaniye was the term that was used in ancient texts. We also like to use this concept. And there is a very rich literature in the English-speaking literature. And in Turkey, we see a body of research is being built with the support of various foundations and is being developed as an independent discipline in Turkey. And we don't have enough data to measure philanthropy or to benchmark philanthropy activities. For example, Koç University published 3 versions of a philanthropy report starting from the year 2022. But we do not have a lot of data to help us make a detailed comparison, and we hope that this research will bridge a gap in literature. And in literature review, we saw that there were other researches conducted to measure philanthropy. One of them is the World Giving Index, and the other one is the Global Philanthropy Index. These are different methods used to measure the philanthropy activities in different countries. Of course, we can offer some criticism about them as well. And Muslim philanthropy. The research on Muslim philanthropy has been enriched in literature in recent years. Actually, this is a rather secular area. But starting in the year 2000, the number of these studies have gone up, and there have been more researchers looking at Muslim philanthropy and published in various journals and publications. I am sharing some of the examples on this slide. I thought you might be interested.
Yani seküler yardım camiasının aktörleri olarak tanımlayabileceğimiz.
And we also have the UN actors, MSF, or Médecins Sans Frontières, the Doctors Without Borders, which may be considered as secular actors in the world of philanthropy. UNHCR has been collecting Zakah for the last 5 years, and they're collecting a significant amount. They have a dedicated department for collecting Zakah. Many UN institutions have departments looking at Zakah. Many international organizations are trying to get a share of the cake of Zakah, and they are also trying to use other donation instruments to channel more funds into their organizations. We have various kinds of data, but the estimate is around 200,000 million to $1 billion. The UN has requested a budget of $50 billion for the charity activities that are planned for the year 2025. That is very important to understand the gap between the funds that are available and the funds that are required. And as an academic area, the philanthropy research is an important domain of research. And at the University of Indiana, we work with the professors at the Muslim Philanthropy Initiative. We conducted this research in April. We used NUTS 2 classification. We implemented this in 12 cities with 1,200 persons. The survey has been conducted in Pakistan, Kuwait, and Bahrain. And in the future, and in Turkey, we are planning to conduct the same survey in Nigeria, Indonesia, and Malaysia. This will help us collect more comparative data to have a better understanding of this subject. The survey had 3 important components. In the literature of Islamic charity, we have 2 categories like Zakah and donations, but volunteering activities are also important. So we have 3 categories in total: volunteering, Zakah, and donations. We asked the participants whether they have paid any Zakah or did any volunteer work or made any donations in the last 1 year. Let me share the findings with you, and after that, we can continue with your comments and questions. Have you donated last year? We had this very generic question. 77% of the participants said yes. Here we need to remember that we are talking about the year 2023, and it was the year when we had a major earthquake in Turkey. So the earthquake had differentiated the routine activities of people. We were going through a very extraordinary time, so you can consider that these numbers are very extraordinary, because 77% is rather high as compared to the other studies conducted in Turkey and abroad. And looking at the demography, we see that people at middle age and above have more propensity to donate. And how much and the giving modalities. Did you donate in cash or in kind? Or did you donate your time? Or did you do volunteer work? 66% said they made donations in cash.
Geçtiğimiz yıl gerçekleştirdiğini görüyoruz. Burada aynı yardımlaşma
Here,
meselesi bunu yapan kişilerin hangi sosyal sınıflardan olduğuyla alakalı detaylar dediğim gibi
we will be
çalışmaları, operasyonları ve bağış kurgulamaları arasından önemli.
these details, these differentiations are very important for us to consider when planning our humanitarian aid organizations. And the giving causes,
Burada gıda, çevre ve
food, environment,
cami ile alakalı
and
konuların,
mosque building
eğitimle alakalı konuların
and education
görüyoruz. Yani
are the areas that stood out. So food aid,
çalışmaların Türkiye'de bağış kalemlerine insanların bağış yapma
we see that food is a priority area for the donors in Turkey.
Kime bağış yaptınız? Yani
And who did you donate to?
kişiler aracılığıyla mı?
Did you donate directly to the people in need, or did you donate via an organization? Very clearly, we see that a higher percentage of the participants donated directly, 67%. This data tells us a lot, because institutionalization of donation activities, the trust in organizations, and informal ways of donating, measuring these donations and measuring their impact. This data shows that we are far behind in understanding those aspects. Some people just donate to anybody that they think is fit. Others talk to their neighbors to find someone in need to whom they can donate. So there are different behaviors that we see when people donate. But we see that the majority of the participants choose to donate directly to individuals instead of organizations. This is somehow related to the trust in civil society organizations and the campaigns organized by these organizations. And depending on the educational status and age, the tendencies may also differ, but we cannot talk about those details due to time limit. And did you give Zakah last year? That was also a very clear question, and 59% of the participants said yes. And timing of Zakat and the frequency of Zakat and the timing of Zakat during Ramadan or Dual Hijjah or end of year or periodically throughout the year. As you may all agree, more people are likely to give zakat during Ramadan, but there is also a significant number of people who give zakat periodically throughout the year, as we have seen in our findings. And do you give zakat to the same individual every year, and do you give zakat to the same organization every year? And you see we have the answers yes, no, and sometimes in our options. Dark red is yes, light red is no, and the dark brown is sometimes. This shows that we don't have too much donor loyalty in our country, in this sample. Some donors are not satisfied with their previous donation and choose to donate to other individuals or organizations the next time. Rather than a very focused approach on a specific individual or an organization, people donate in rotations. And volunteering. In addition to financial donations and zakat, we had a third component of our research. We asked the participants if they have volunteered for any cause in the past year, and 96%, 69% said yes. This is actually higher than the global average. Maybe the next year we can ask the same question to compare. But because of the earthquake, people participated in the volunteer activities more than normal. And the demography of volunteers, here we see that 55 plus participants were more likely to volunteer, but the young people aged between 25 to 34 are also very prominent in volunteering activities. And volunteering hours, how many hours do you think you volunteer total towards all causes? Less than 20 hours and 20 to 60 hours. So we see that more than half of the participants volunteered less than 20 hours throughout the year. And the volunteering causes, how much percentage of your volunteering hours did you devote to the following causes? We see that environmental activities remarkably stood out. Mosques and hospitals and volunteering at religious institutions stood out. And food and humanitarian aid were the other prominent areas where we see the highest volunteering activity. And the key findings of this study: in which areas people donated more or participated in philanthropic activities, we see that food and relief remain the top recipients of philanthropic activities in Turkey as compared to other areas. And cash donations constitute the largest part of the giving, with 66%. In Europe and in other parts of the world, the percentage of in-cash donations and in-kind donations are quite different, because in-kind donations may sometimes be sold as second-hand goods and used for other purposes. We see that this is not very popular in our country. And I think one of the things that we need to underline is that informal and in-kind giving and volunteering activities are very common, and this is an important finding for the public sector and the institutions working in this area. The aid programs or the donation campaigns may not be very well established, or maybe the donors did not trust in these organizations. Also, the cultural trends may help to understand this. But in any case, this is a key finding for the institutions which conduct activities in this area. And we see that most donors, 59%, confirmed that they gave Zakah in 2023. And the earthquake relief was an important area that triggered volunteering activities. And method of donations. In terms of method of donations, we see that younger populations are more likely to donate via online channels. So we can call this online philanthropy as a new trend or a new behavior. So I would like to wrap up, and maybe we can continue this session with your comments and questions. My colleagues are telling me that it would be best for all to stop here without hearing the questions and comments. Our report is available online, and you can contact me to get more detailed information, and we are open for any kind of collaboration, and we are also ready to share our data because this study is being conducted in other countries as well, so it's not finished yet, and I think your contributions will be very valuable in the process. Once again, I would like to thank the Cihan Numa Association for giving me this opportunity, and I hope the presentation has been useful for you. We would like to thank Dr. Salman Salim Keskin for this presentation. We have a gift for him. Yusuf Eren, the Vice President of Cihan Numa Association, will deliver his gift now.
Kıymetli misafirlerimiz, zaman...
Dear guests, as we have already delay in our program, we will start our in-focus panels. Now I would like to invite the moderator and also speakers of this panel. We have an advantage, as we can have just one question, as we don't have the other speaker.
Ben çok teşekkür ediyorum.
I would like to thank you. We received accurate information, and with the alliance of all countries, I would like to make a contribution. I'm coming from Ankara. I am the founding president of the Religious Information Foundation, and I stayed in Indonesia for 1 month, and there was this foundation with 100 million people, and they are supporting all kinds of activities such as clinics, health, culture, tourism. So we also have many foundations, but it is not possible for us to say that our foundations are institutionalized because there are different sectarian factors, Jamaat factors. So, according to what has been done in the United States, the small foundations or NGOs, it's a self-criticism, by the way. For example, we have Turkish Diyanet Foundation, and they are collecting money in the mosques, so they prepare their capital. For example, Turkish Red Crescent, nobody will understand it wrong, and they also collect their capital by blood collection. So, I think there should be a tight auditing. Maybe, is it possible for us to make good projects? Again, there should be donations, there should be a strong, tight auditing, and the information should be accurate. The foundations, the NGOs should be institutionalized, so they should not convert these donations into profit. They should make a contribution to the knowledge of our country. For example, if there is an investment, there is no need to go to Japan or United States, but we should strengthen ourselves.
böyle bir proje hazırlığı var mı?
So, is there any preparation of project? Well, actually, this is a matter of concern for blood collection. We don't have. And as far as I know, with blood donations, Kızılay is not earning any money for itself. So we are in this study. You have given the example of Indonesia. They also include academics and institutionalization. There are different Zakah, literacy works, and different studies. So there's a long way to go. So I understand your concern. In parallel with your concern, we should follow up. And I hope that we will be able to proceed and we will be able to contribute to this process. Dear guests, now we will proceed with our next session. Next panel. In order to moderate the session, I would like to invite Mr. Hakan Arslan as the moderator of the session, and he will invite the other speakers.
For in this session, I would like to invite first Ildus Rafiko, and then Dr. Mohammed Fati Ulu. Could you please come on the stage? And we have Adil Malik, and he might be joining us online, but we'll see you later in the session at the moment. So for the first presentation, I would like to invite Ildus Rafiko for the topic titled Rethinking Economic Independence in the Muslim World. Would you have any presentation? Please, come on the stage, floor is yours. So you have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, again, thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to speak again. So I spoke yesterday on the idea of Islamization and the integration of knowledge. But just last night I was informed and asked to also help out with this session because one of the presenters could not present. But anyway, so the topic is something that I'm interested in. It's the rethinking economic independence in the Muslim world. I mean, this is rethinking Islamic economics and finance. This is something that we have been talking the whole morning and day today. And it's a very important topic. What do we do? I mean, what we kind of live in a condition where we are in a certain system. We are living in a certain system, and how do we proceed? How do we maybe challenge it, or how do we respond to the challenges? Now, so I'll be just. This is a very brief kind of brief talk. And so I'll just talk about the landscape, current landscape, what do we have, and then I'll just bring you just one example, very brief example from Malaysia, and the strategies for change, what I think could be good strategies for us to consider, and the future directions. But of course, these are related mostly to my understanding of the issue of money and finance, and also the issue of education, economic education.
Now, sorry, you cannot see here. Yeah, this thing just blocks. Anyway, so the point of independence, economic independence. So when we talk about economic independence, we just we don't mean like closed economy completely, like North Korea, for example. So they are seemingly independent, but of course it's in a very negative way. But on the other hand, we can be economically independent, but still have internal capacity. All right, internal capacity for production, for education, for production of knowledge in different areas, and really having intellectual autonomy in the economic thinking, and of course the strategic policy making. And this is independence in policy making. And one of the problems we have today is, of course, as a part of the international financial systems, especially the banking system, financial system, they have to be part of the global financial system, and they have to kind of consider what's going on in the world. So there is a reliance on if we talk about the economic perspective, the economic education perspective, there is an over-reliance on neoclassical economics. And today, this morning, Prof. Asad Zamani, he talked extensively about it. What is wrong with the modern economic education or the economics per se as a discipline. And so we can say that in the economic education today, there is an over-reliance on neoclassical economics. I mean, most of the textbooks are written from that specific point of view. So if you take any textbook in the Muslim world, including in Malaysia, where I studied, so they usually use this approach, neoclassical economic approach. And so how do we look at the landscape right now? So what is the problem with it? So there are two things. As I mentioned, there are two things. Number one is intellectual dependency. So there is a limited framework, and which is dominated by neoclassical thought. But as we have heard this morning, there are actually six types of economic education today, which is more or less successful. Among them are, let's say, green economics or behavioral economics, institutional economics, and even including donut economics is another area. So these are there are some approaches, some methodologies which are more or less successful, but overall we can see that there is some form of intellectual dependency on the neoclassical perspective. And then there is an over-reliance on external factors, and so as I said, we have internal actors like banks, central banks, also all the commissions and the other institutions, local institutions, which are more or less they're dependent on the overall global financial system and the thought that is being produced there, and all the policy frameworks that exist today. And then there is also of course, the effect of multinational corporations, and we do know that they have an effect on local policies, because there are multinational corporations. They are biggest lobby groups in not only in the US but also in local economies as well. And so there is a reliance on multinational corporations, and of course the global financial institutions. And so the IMF and World Bank, are very important institutions, global institutions that really have a very strong effect on domestic policies, on domestic economic frameworks. And so these two things are very important in my view. So I'm not going to go into more details because there are many other aspects. But in my opinion, there are this intellectual dependency and also reliance on external actors are two important core challenges that we have to consider. And one more thing which is also extremely important in my understanding, and this is what I think Professor Mohammed Hamour talked about this also just an hour ago, I think, about the money. You know, understanding the nature of money and credit creation. It's a critical, really, it's a critical issue, and how money is created and what is the effect of money creation on the economies. And so, whenever commercial banks, they issue loans, they basically create money out of nothing. So again, let me repeat it. When commercial banks issue loans, they create new money out of nothing. So, and of course, there are theories about it, and there is a theory on financial intermediation, which has been refuted, and also today, some economists, they say that the majority or the theory that is working today is basically credit creation theory of money creation, money issuance. And so, and the impact of this important thing, I mean, the creation of money, creation of credit, is that it shapes the economic sectors. And the problem with the inflation we have is, it affects the inflation in a way that the credit allocation really determines where does the money go. Does it go towards the speculation, or does it go towards some productive purposes? So this is production versus speculation. And so this is where we see the credit creation and credit allocation. When it goes towards speculative functions like real estate, for example, then it creates this cycle of inflation that continues. And so really understanding the issue of money creation and issuance of money and how it really affects the economic sectors. This is another extremely important aspect that needs to be understood by economists, by us, by students, by professors of economics, and also, of course, the policymakers. Now, monetary policy constraints. Of course, this in terms of policy, we often limit ourselves to very narrow monetary tools. Usually it is about tweaking interest rates and also open market operations. But there are other more creative or context-specific measures. And you see, reliance on global financial institutions and multinational corporations can mean that key decisions are influenced by external conditions and priorities that often do not align with the long-term development goals of developing countries. And this external dependence perpetuates the this cycle that we look outward for solutions. And in many countries, the individuals and companies, corporations, and also the governments, they are trying to look for outside forces, to bring the foreign direct investments, for example. And so just looking outside, instead of trying to look at the issues creatively and look for internal instruments. And so among the internal instruments, of course, we also know that the central banks, they have a very strong position in any country. I mean, they are they are the ones who control the issuance of money, they control the banking industry, and broadly they control the monetary policy and enforce the monetary policy in the economies. And so why it is important is that if we see how the central banks, they only use certain instruments like interest rate reduction or increase and the open market operations, there are other things. And one of the most powerful things that was really instrumental after the Second World War, and also any time when there is a crisis, economic crisis, financial crisis, they have the power for so-called moral suasion or window guidance. I mean, that's another term that is used. And so they are able to really guide the banks, commercial banks, to lend to some productive purposes, I mean, to some industries. So be it in agriculture, in IT services, or anything domestic. And so there is internally, there is a possibility or there is a power in central banks to direct credit towards productive purposes rather than the speculative purposes. And so in terms of, there is a kind of misperception of debt and money issuance. And so, with the banks at the center of the money creation process, the type of lending they undertake, it really shapes our economic trajectory. And without proper guidance and policy frameworks, this lending can be skewed towards quick profits rather than productive long-term investments within the financial system or by the financial system and also internal investors. And by understanding the mechanisms of money creation, we can leverage this mechanism. And instead of condemning ourselves to market forces, the central banks really can influence the credit allocation to achieve balanced growth and increased resilience. So basically, the monetary policy is important, and the central banks, they can use not only the usual interest rate instrument and the open market operations instrument, but also moral suasion. And let's look at the Malaysian experience very quickly. And so one historical example that illustrates the power of independent economic thinking comes from Malaysia under the leadership of Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, who in 1980s, he started the Malaysia Look East policy. So that was specific Look East policy, which broke away from the traditional reliance on Western economic prescriptions. And they drew lessons from the countries like Japan, emphasizing industrial development and technology transfer. But also another point is that in 1997 there was a Asian financial crisis, and in response to that crisis, what they did is they just rejected the IMF program, and basically they said we can fix this problem ourselves. And we do not need foreign investments or foreign loans, and that usually comes with certain preconditions. But also, even though this policy was criticized, Malaysia recovered very quickly, and just like others in like Thailand and other countries in the neighborhood, and by exercising a degree of economic sovereignty and resisting the one-size-fits-all solutions, Malaysia managed to demonstrate that they have the alternative approach do work. And this example is not about just replicating Malaysian policies wholesale, but just to know that there are alternatives in the world. Even within existing system, there are alternatives. And lastly, just the another, if I may, just 4 minutes should be mission. All right. New economic thinking. So what does it include? In my thinking, there are two things, two approaches. First of all, in the economics discipline, I think it is time to move beyond just simply economics as it is, like from neoclassical, or just looking at it specifically as economists would look, but use a kind of transdisciplinary approach, even though the interdisciplinary approach is already in force and is being used by scholars, by professors in many parts of the world. But this is kind of phenomena-based approach, which integrates ethics, political economy, and development studies. And we try to incorporate diverse schools of thought and within the real world context. And so understanding all of this, then it's possible to, what we need to do is also to educate or provide the financial literacy for policymakers, for just the ordinary citizens, for the public. People need to understand how really money is created and what is the process of money creation in today's economies and what is the problem with that money creation. And also that kind of thing, that kind of knowledge empowers the informed decision making on directing the strategic or directing credit to strategic sectors. And so when it comes to the education, there is okay, so when it comes to the reforming education, so we can change, we can relook at the curriculum. Again, we can take a look at the transdisciplinary approach and methodologies, and also take kind of maqasidi or the objectives-oriented, purpose-oriented approach to economics, especially from the Quranic, from the revelation point of view. And lastly, I think for the future direction, of course, the integration of Islamic finance, it cannot be done wholesale in just in one go by, let's say, by either military means or through parliament, but it needs to be gradual because we have the examples of Pakistan and Sudan that try to implement this Islamic banking and finance wholesale, just removing the interest rates completely and just imposing the Sharia-based kind of view. And we know that it was not really, the result was not really good. And so there is this, but anyway, in any case, there needs to be a proper oversight to prevent unchecked credit expansion. And so the result of directed credit, if we manage to do it in a thoughtful manner, in a correct manner, then it can create its own competition, it can create its own sectoral diversification. And so again, we need to see what is where does the debt go, or where does the credit go. So the sectors are important in order to understand which sectors are needed growth, which need to be maybe suppressed a little bit. And so it helps in sustainable development. And so the conclusion, the key takeaway here is that we true economic independence requires intellectual independence, number one. I mean, that's the most important thing, intellectual independence, and a deeper understanding of the financial system, not only on part of the academia, but also, and most importantly, by the public policy people and the people at large, by citizens. And so thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Rafiko. So, our next speaker, Professor Mohammed Fati Ulu, will talk about how free are the free economics, free markets. So while he was preparing for his presentation, I would like to wrap up a few key points of the Dr. Yıldız Rafiko's presentation. He mentioned about the main problem of the dependency of the economic system. Mainly, one of them is financial literacy in the public. We are not aware of how monetary system works, how money is created. We need to educate the society. Secondly, he proposed that we need to offer other kind of solutions beyond the neoclassical economics, and we need to use directed credit systems as a monetary policy so we can have the change, if I'm not wrong. Okay, thank you for the presentation. So our next speaker, how free are the free markets? So we are listening, Dr. Mohammed Fati Ulu. Teşekkür ederim.
Merhabalar.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Fati Ulu. The organizers asked me to talk about how free are the free market dynamics. That's because I studied at the free market school, so they thought I would be able to regulate the free market. When I look at the students, I cannot talk about former politicians like Demirel because people don't know who these people are. I think some of you may remember who Demirel is. One day, journalists asked him how the economy is doing. And he said, if I answer it in one word, good. If I answer in two words, not good. So Demirel was a very sharp man, a very sharp politician. Maybe we can give the same answer to this question. How free are the free markets? In one word, it's free. In two words, not free. But why? Why the free market why is the free market so important for us? What are the fundamentals of the free market dynamics? And what are the main factors that cause the interruptions in these dynamics? And maybe towards the end, I will be listing a few recommendations. Why is it important for an economy to have a free market? Because in an economy, we would like to have efficiency, because efficiency would mean better welfare. Because in an economic activity, we use some resource. And for a social planner, what makes a social welfare? It is the most efficient allocation of resources to the best economic activities. Maybe you choose some priority economic activities to which you will allocate resources. So when the market is free to enter and exit, when you have competition, the market can automatically do itself without requiring government and state intervention. This is called creative destruction. What does that entail? Someone may be already dominating the market, but an innovative actor may enter the market later and destroy the other brand who is already active in the market and ensure better allocation of resources. So we always ask when the next creative, destructive actor will come and make the market more efficient. So when the market is free to enter and exit, this is what we expect to happen. But we know that the human nature tends to maintain power. So when someone is dominating the market, when someone becomes the monopoly in a market, or when someone establishes barriers for newcomers, this may disrupt the free market dynamics, and the public will suffer. For one thing, the public resources will not be used efficiently, and secondly, the products will be manufactured at higher costs. So what are the ideal conditions in a free market? It is full competition. There are three main factors, components in a free market. The first one is the full competition. What does that mean? All companies compete under the same terms, and all prices are set according to demand and supply. The second component in the free market is access to information. Although information is not tangible, it is power. Someone who has the information, who has the knowledge about the supply or demand or anything else, they will have the power. And that knowledge will give them an advantage. In our changing economic outlook, knowledge has become even more important. And access to knowledge. When everyone cannot access knowledge on equal basis, those who have access to knowledge will have an asymmetrical advantage, and that will prevent competition. And the third component is the free entry and exit. Only when you have free entry and exit in a market, you can talk about a free market. Cengiz Kalle Koca wrote a book about the market in Medina. He talks about the main principles of the markets in Medina. He listed three components. Two of them are quite relevant. He said, in Medina market, no one could hold a corner. The person who arrived the earliest to the marketplace would get the best place, and they would make the best sales during the day. The next day, if someone else comes earlier, they will get that best location and they will make the best sales. So when someone cannot hold one corner forever, its market will have free competition. And when you don't have to pay anything when entering or exiting the market, you will have a free market. And these principles are still applicable in today's world to ensure full competition in a marketplace. In classical and modern economics, this is also confirmed. These theoretical terms or these theoretical conditions are theoretical ideals, but they are not fully achieved always. But they set milestones for us, and we can use them as benchmarks to measure how we are doing. And there are also reference points. We believe they will give us the best results for the public, but some disruptions sometimes push us away from having an atmosphere of competition. That's because of the nature of life and as a result of other social contracts. We have the right to property. The owner of capital or property will have full discretion over that property. Although it will not ensure public good, they may allocate those properties or capitals to less efficient activities. This is due to some, we can also talk about some disruptions due to lack of access to knowledge. And another factor is the market structure. You may have monopolistic or oligopolistic structures in the markets. Sometimes these monopolies may emerge as part of a natural process. In these conditions, the power of a monopoly brings along a kind of inefficiency. Those who have this monopolistic power may tend to abuse it. With the digitalization of economic activity in recent years, we have seen a new area of power that we had never seen before. In the digital domain, several companies emerged, like Google or Amazon or others. They are collecting considerable amount of data and they can use it any way they want. They can use it when marketing their products or when pricing their products. And the information that they use is the information of people. And this is disrupting competition because they are keeping this information in their own archives and they're not sharing it with anyone else. And maybe in the next decade, this area will also be heavily regulated. Nowadays, they are collecting that information via the public internet, but maybe in the future the state will tell them that they cannot use that data. But it's a fact that this situation prevents competition, monopolistic and oligopolistic structures, and asymmetrical knowledge. An informal economy. This is also a barrier to competition and free market. Some businesses operating informally may create barriers against other businesses. Or they can enjoy the advantages of operating informally and prevent new enterprises and businesses. These are the disruptions that we have in the market. In addition to this, in economy, in the in a market, the state intervention is the main disruptor. When the state and government tries to deal with the problems of economy, they try to do that via political economic decisions. But every economic political decision comes with a positive outcome for a group and a negative outcome for another group. And sometimes they can do that while disrupting free market. For example, a government decides to offer incentives to a specific industry. And 10 years later, the newcomers in that industry will be less advantaged, those who are already in that industry. Maybe they are more talented, but they cannot penetrate that market, and the whole society will suffer. So the state intervention and many political decisions and the financial institutions are like two-sided blades. When you cut with one side, you may cause damage with the other side as well. And the state intervention may disrupt the balance between the big and small players. In the past, we saw that larger companies could offer more benefits to the public. And with the state interventions, the state may aim to eliminate some ethical and social problems, but these regulations may bring the different types of ethical and social problems, because these interventions may lead to some corruptions in their reporting processes or in their operations. So the state interventions may cause some erosion in the free market. So far, we have talked about the real sectors, the real manufacturing. But in economy, the financial sector is just as important as the real sector, because every economic decision requires you to make financial decisions as well. For example, you decide to make an investment. When you make that decision, you also need to make a financial decision. Will you do that with your equity money, or will you outsource it? So financial sector is just as important as the real sector, and the impact of the decisions on the financial sector may be even more important, because it will have some repercussions on the economic side. But how free is the financial sector?
We see the dilemmas and conundrums of economy. We have the financial intermediary agencies. They have different functions. Okay, I understand. I have 5 minutes. But of course, these organizations and institutions should have some kind of characteristics. They should be secure organizations with capital, because the government should let them. You should be trustworthy. This is the nature of the work. So you should be big, because there is this asymmetry, because the government, the state, only acknowledges the big companies. Okay, it is great to be a big company so that you will be trustworthy. So what will happen to these capital companies later on? It is like in 2007, 2008, too big to fail, it was said, because you cannot fail them as government because they are too big. And then they were rescued. So this is a dilemma. So when you give this understanding, then they can use it in the other way around. So we need a balance here. As I said before, for all these economic decisions, there is a cost, and we need to relieve it. It's appreciated all the time, because the markets are vivid. So from the financial part, yes, we would like to benefit from the needs, and we open ourselves to the outside world. We benefit from it, but there are also some disadvantages for capital market. We see the volatility, we see the fluctuations. As liquidity, as capital increases, it's like a cheap loan. Even though we don't have to consume, we get credits, we get loans, and we consume more than we should. And secondly, in the financial part, there is a lack of international regulation. Normally, the regulator is the state, but financially, if you open yourself to the world, you don't see a regulator mechanism. That is why they get the profit from you, and you are open to different funds that will use you, and they are trying to benefit from your actions, from your activities. But in their benefit function, it is not important whether you benefit or not. So, in the financial market, we see this freedom and the effect of freedom. Yes, for markets, for free markets, we don't have the perfect one. There are different problems, obstacles, bottlenecks. So in order to decrease them, how can we find the ideal mechanism? There are some actions to take. This is not, of course, universal actions. First of all, we should be able to reach the data, and we should be transparent. We should facilitate to reach the data. It is really important for us to increase this transparency. In order to reach the data, we need to get rid of the asymmetries. And for access to information and transparency, we should also have sustainable regulation. We need to calculate them very meticulously, like a surgeon, because while we are creating benefits, we shouldn't harm anyone. That is why sustainable regulation design should be made, and we need to have regular updates according to the conjuncture. Okay, I have 2 minutes. And among these new technologies, we can also utilize artificial intelligence, big data, and we will be able to harness the potential of new data, and we will be able to follow up them. So we should also consider and benefit from these advantages. So we need a fair, transparent, and innovative market. Fair, just market. In order to sustain this market, as Mr. Ahmed Faruk said, this is a journey. This is not a target, because we have changing circumstances, so everything is changing, so we should enjoy the journey in order to be inside of this free market, free capital. There should be a collaboration among academics, because when they all come together, it will be easier to analyze the data. The academicians can be aware of the obstacles, and academicians can support the regulators and policymakers, and we should also look at the policies for social justice and policy. Okay. Thank you for your patience.
And our next speaker, Professor Adil Malik, unfortunately couldn't make it to come here. His father was ill, as I heard. We ask from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, give speed recovery for his father. So I just want to briefly wrap up the Prof. Mohammed Fati Ulu's presentation. He talks about free market dynamics and tells us how, what are the main dynamics for the that we'll see in the economy. And then he suggested to, at the end of his presentation, just transparent and innovative structures for the future. And when we give regulations for the economy, and we have to consider social justice and the market efficiencies, That was the points that I've taken for notes. So now I would like to open the floor for questions. Any questions for our speakers? Is there any question or contribution or comments to that you would like to any of our speakers? I think because it's the end of the day, everybody maybe was quite tired, so that's why maybe we don't have questions at the moment. And the one good point also, I've taken my note from Prof. Mohammed Fati Ulu's presentation. He mentioned about Prof. Cengiz Kalek's book about Medina market, which is my area, actually, Islamic economics. That's actually the regulations that we see in the Medina market still we see in even the free economy. There's a discussion in Islamic economists whether Islamic economic structure is completely, can we say, is free market or partly free market. This is another discussions, and this was good point, so he made it. Soru yok herhalde. Soru ya da katkı yoksa, so we can end the session. I would like to thank both of the presenters. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Evet, kıymetli misafirlerimiz, şimdi konuşmacılarımıza bir hediyemiz olacak.
Dear guests, we are going to present gifts.
Siz fotoğrafları onunla çekin, reisim. Birer tane verelim. Hocam teşekkür ederiz.
Ben teşekkür ederim.